So the first thing we actually need to look at, which I solved all of this last stream, but I forgot how to get to the puzzle that I needed to complete. So there's a series of puzzles where there's like 4 of something. So there's north, south, east, and west, and then there's spring, summer, autumn, winter. What were the other ones? Earth, air, fire, and water, and then clubs, diamonds, spades, and hearts. There are 4 of those 4 item puzzles. And there's a room where you have to put in a solution for each one. And it's through here, and I completely forgot where this room was. So we already solved 2 of them, but we've now discovered the other 2 environmental clues, and I can't remember which one was which. But I know it's going to be diamonds and winter. So I think this must be... this must be diamonds because it's 8 letters. And this one must be winter. And then... okay. That does do something when we solve it. Yes, it unlocks something new. Okay. So we have actual progress to make. What is this? Oh, wait. No, we've been here before. Okay, we've been here because we came through this corridor. This is the basement of the house, where the room is made out of room. So now we've unlocked a second way to get here. There isn't actually anything here, though. Starcasted says, oh, so is this close to the end? Yes and no. We've beaten level 1 of the game, in a sense, in the sense that we got to the end. We got to the puzzle that's called the end, and then you're allowed to walk on the ceiling of the level and get to hidden areas. We haven't solved every puzzle in level 1, however. And then there's level 2. I don't know how close we are to the end of level 2, but there's still a lot of stuff we haven't done. But that was something we were missing in level 1. The other thing we're missing in level 1 is the egg rooms, as I call them. How do we get out of here now? Like this. I don't know if I want to bother trying to solve the egg rooms. So I will probably just go back to level 2, because there's a few things I want to try there. Level 2 is just through here. And so yes, in this corridor of colours, I know we haven't solved everything because we still haven't unlocked the black one, which is strange because that's like the first one almost. Vivi, hello. I haven't seen you for a while. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for dropping by today. Happy Sunday to you. I would get lost so often, says Starcasted. Yes, I don't know how much of my streams of this game you have watched, Starcasted, but there have been a few streams where I have spent a good 15 to 20 minutes just wandering around trying to find the next puzzle. But in this case, I think I have an idea. Oh, I haven't done yellow either. Yeah, so Matcha Catcher actually suggested a rule for the lime. No, this is mint, not lime. Matcha Catcher suggested a rule for the mint green area last stream, which I didn't actually try out, so I want to try that out. Matcha's idea was that the solution to each of these puzzles corresponds to a puzzle in the appropriately coloured room. If that's true, we can't actually solve all of them yet, because we haven't unlocked the black and yellow rooms, so we don't know what's in those. But we can test it on the other ones. Vivi says, happy Sunday to you as well, thank you. I'm doing alright, just got back from a trip to Germany on Monday. And I'm only just now feeling recuperated. How are you? I'm doing okay, Vivi. Well, I haven't been to Germany recently. But yeah, I was feeling a bit washed out on Friday, so I'm feeling better again now. I do hope you had a lovely time. I have never been to Germany myself. I have been to France and Spain. And the UK, obviously, because I live there. Yeah, my Friday stream, I did quite thoroughly melt my brain in Temetsi. To the point where I think I'm deciding that I'm not going to do any more Temetsi streams now. I've done enough of it for you to get the point of what the game involves. But we are perhaps going to be melting our brain in this game. Speaking of German, Vivi, look, there's a... This room is a translation room. And when I say translation, I do mean that in the most abstract way possible. Because not only are we translating human languages, we also had to know that cows said moo. So, anyway, so the theory was that the pink one in here, or magenta more accurately, so that's there. Is the one here, okay, yeah, so it doesn't correspond with this one, because that's 8 letters. It could correspond with that one, or even that one, depending on how you visualize the room. So let's try buzz and hiss for this answer. It is hiss. Okay, Matcha Catcher is apparently a genius then, because that does seem to be how it works. So that clue corresponds to this one, which is interesting. That's sort of diagonally opposite. I think it's because these two rooms are facing each other. So if you face the exit to the room, then the clue is on the right at the back. And if you face the exit to this room, then the clue was on the right at the back. So I see how it's getting that. Okay, with that information, we can solve a few more of these then. Vivi says, good to hear you're doing better. And yeah, I had a wonderful time. Wish I didn't have to leave. Oh, I'm so glad. Hello, Elfie. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Viper's Bugloss as your flower of the day. Hope you are well, Elfie. So the next room along is brown. Wow, people sleeping on that first redeem today. Congratulations, Elfie. Nobody else remembered to do it. As you can tell from that being Elfie's 35th time, they're quite good at getting that one. So we need to look at the back right-hand corner to see what the puzzle is in the brown room. So that's going to be this one. So the answer is going to be Widow, if this is working how I think it does. Okay. Next room along is orange. So it's going to be behind us on the left as we face the door. So behind us on the left. Groom. Okay. Next one along is, well, nah, we don't know what the yellow one's going to be because we can't get in there yet. The purple one is next. The purple is... Where's purple? Or is there not a purple? Ah, okay, that's a shame. The purple room is unlocked, but there isn't actually a purple... There's not a purple clue in here. There's yellow, which is still locked. There's black, which is still locked. The only other ones are blue and red. So red is front left as we look at the door. So that's going to be Lotus. And then blue is back left corner. Vivi said it was so beautiful there. They do love their graffiti though. I mean, I think that depends on where exactly in Germany you are. But certainly in some of the big cities, that's the case. Although the nearest big city to me is Bristol, and they love their graffiti there as well. So, Eltibago says, I went to Germany once. Wasn't planned, but had a jolly nice time. Okay. Not sure how you end up in Germany without planning it. Did you get on the wrong train? Vivi says, I went to Hamburg and greeted you ever. Yeah, I think part of that is just large city rather than anything specific to Germany. But I do get your point there, Vivi, yes. So, blue, we need to look at, I think it was that corner, so corpse. Corpse. Okay, I think that's the only ones we can actually solve for now. We don't know what this one is. This one, interestingly, has another clue to it, which is like no entrance question mark. But it's also a lime, mint. I keep saying lime. It's also a mint green block. So like, that doesn't mean the answer is no entrance. It's a bottom clue, so it's to do with meaning. But it's also a mint one, so it's to do with another block somewhere. And I really don't understand what any of that means. I do remember there being this clue. Yeah, yellow is hiding. Oops. Unfortunately, yellow is hiding. Doesn't mean the answer to this is hiding. That would perhaps be too easy. So I think based on the fact this says no entrance and the fact that there's that yellow is hiding, I feel like there might be some sort of trick to getting into the yellow area. But I don't think there's any trick to getting into the black area. No one's mentioned that. So I'm hoping we can find that. The other thing we need to find... oh, well, there's this. Yeah, we need to solve one more of something in order to solve these puzzles. We also... Right, where was the new coloured block? I think it was in brown. Yeah, it was through here. Yeah, so this is the new colour. I have no idea what this light brown colour does yet. Eltibago says it was about 20 years ago to Berlin. A lot of great graffiti, yes. Eltibago says, I used to just turn up to the airport with my passport and a backpack and see where I could go on the day. Fun times. That does sound freeing, liberating. I don't think I could ever do it, but that does sound fun. Yeah, I'm a bit anxious when travelling, personally. Vivi says, my partner was telling me that when they build new buildings, sometimes they'll hire someone to paint a mural to avoid getting graffitied. Yes, I think they actually did that in Bristol as well. So this one, the clue is 12 and the answer is something with 4 words in it. I think we should probably try and do some of these smaller puzzles first. So, okay, what's going on here? We've got 2 things that look like puzzles, but they're not. I can't type any answer into these blocks. They're just there. This would be opposite meaning to moon, so that would be sun. This is take letters away because it's a middle red, so perhaps it would be lit. Okay, so does that mean the answer to this is sunlit? Yes. Okay. So this light brown colour means combine the answers of the 2 clues next to it. I perhaps. Although, like, what you're supposed to do for that, then I don't know, because it doesn't have any clues next to it. Okay, let's see. Based on that, what we can do. Okay. Bottom pink. Let me put the cheat sheet back up, because I think this is going to be hard enough, even with that. When I say cheat sheet, like, I figured out all of this stuff myself. I didn't get help from anywhere. This is my own working out. It's just that actually I need to make this a bit wider. There we go. It's all my own working out, but it can be helpful to see what we're doing. So magenta is a thing of this type. So the first part of the answer is going to be an element, and brown means travel forward in time. So it's going to be man, probably. Is it just going to be Iron Man? Oh. I was really hoping it would be that. So yeah, but it's going to be an element and then a word that means an adult male human, I guess. Altibagos. Oh, no, so that. Vivi says, if I lived in Europe, I would do something similar. I would love to travel more. Yes, you're in the United States, I believe, Vivi, if I remember correctly. I mean, you could still turn up at the airport and go somewhere. It would just be you'd end up in a different state. You wouldn't know which state you were going to. Hello, Plouk. Welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Sunday. We are just melting our brains with some more lingo here. Starcasted says, oh, I thought Iron Man 2. That does seem like the obvious answer. So it's not going to be like Tin Man or anything like that, because it is 7 letters. I don't know for sure that the second part is man, of course. But so what 4 letter elements are there? I mean, like, there's lead, lead man, gold man, zinc man. What else could boy be apart from man? Well, women, they could come out as trans. To be honest, I'm more thinking on the element side, because there's not many elements that are short enough to, given that some part of the clue has got to be the brown part. There's not many elements that are actually short enough to fit in there. Neon Man. Presumably the answer is a word. Like, Iron Man is not actually a word. It's sort of a word. It's a word for a type of race now, isn't it? Originally, it was a comic book character. What's actually a word? Running through my elements in my head. That's got to be all the 4-letter elements as Starcasted. I'm sure I've missed some. Okay, I feel like it's probably not cheating if I bring up a periodic table here. We've brought up a few different things during this game. My viewers did have to help me with mythology for one of the areas. Right, so we tried gold, lead, zinc, neon. Yeah, actually, is there an element that actually ends in man? I don't think there is. Like, most of them end in like ium, or just if it's aluminum and you're an American. Obviously, it's supposed to be aluminium. So it could be like 5 letters, but it ends in M, and then it's MAN, so still be man. I don't think there's any that fit that either. Or, of course, it means element as in, like, earth, air, fire, water. Airman? Oh, no. Oh, fire. Fireman would work. Ah, okay. I was going with element as in the periodic table of elements, not as in that kind of element. But that also works. El Tibago says, I ended up in all sorts of places, not just Europe. My trips to Cambodia and Vietnam were that way too. I was not ready for those though. Europe is easy, lots of hostels. Yeah, I would not want to end up in Cambodia unexpectedly. I will say that much. But yeah, that must have been a lot of fun, Tibago. And yeah, traveling around Europe, I think is still, maybe it was a bit more so 20 years ago, but I think it's still relatively easy to do by like staying in hostels and stuff. Okay, where's the next puzzle? Find my way out of the room. This way. Mere and Maiden. Okay. Wow. Ophelia. Ophelia6277, thank you so much for raiding with your party of 40 viewers. That's a lot of viewers, Ophelia. Did you have a raid from somebody else earlier? Good to see you. Welcome in to... sorry, just pause that. Welcome in to Otto the Potato, Harry, Commandant Herder, Ophelia, and Duskoa, who all say N6277 Commander Ophelia Shepherd raiding in. Yes, so Ophelia, for those of you who are not already following, our dear friend Ophelia6277, she is currently working her way through Mass Effect, which has been a load of fun to watch. She also plays other games sometimes, including Dwarf Romantic, which is one of my favourite puzzle games ever. Really, really cozy. She has these amazing emotes, not just the blue Ophelia, but she also has very cute otters. Thank you so much for that follow, by the way. I have anonymous follows on, but you are very welcome. And Ophelia, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a pineapple weed. So yeah, if anyone's not had the pleasure of coming here before, welcome. My name is Emma. I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and I mostly stream puzzle games. Today we're playing a game called Lingo. We're actually quite close to the end of this game, I think. But if we finish it today, we'll be starting Lingo 2. So you'll get to see that one from the start. And when I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life, and I like to share that with my viewers as well. Partly through the Flower of the Day redeem, which Ophelia just demonstrated. Every time you come here, you can get a random wildflower. And also through my collection of flower emotes, which I'm sure you'll agree are lovely. And I'm so grateful to Loon, my artist, for making those. Yes, there we go. Ophelia's showing off the full range. Papa Yuko says, I thought this was Minecraft. Yeah, so this does look very much like it could be a Minecraft mod. It's a world made up of large blocks, I'll put it that way. But yes, we are not digging and building with the blocks. Instead, they've got words on them. And we have to solve word puzzles. We've just solved this puzzle. And we're now trying to solve this one. The answer is going to be a combination of the answers on each side. So we have to solve this, and then put the answers together. When it's a red block like this, it means take some letters out of the word. I do have a little list on the right-hand side, just so that viewers can play along if they haven't played this game themselves. If you do want to play this game themselves, obviously don't look at that because spoilers. So I have to take some letters out of here and also some letters out of here. And what I'm thinking is we take mer and maid. And we make mermaid. So let's try that out. It was that. Okay. We have mast, but it's in a blue block, which means we need to add letters. We also have brain. Brain is in a white block, which means it's the same, but it's on the bottom row, which means we need to do a synonym. So a word that means brain, coupled with mast and then something on the end. I feel like that's going to be master. Mastermind? Mastermind. Nice. Okay. Where next? Sometimes half the puzzle is just finding the next puzzle. Okay, we have rats, but it's a black middle, which means we need to reverse the word. So that's going to come out as star. And then we have yes, rat. Rat mentioned. I was waiting for that emote from Harry. Do you think Ratmost knows that her emotes show up in the stream every time the word rat appears? Because she doesn't usually watch because time zones, it obviously not her fault. But without fail, when the word rat is mentioned. And then we have a lime green. I keep saying lime green instead of mint green, but this is actually a lime green. Which is, it's the opposite of magenta, so it's what type of thing is this? Well, a trout is a fish. Spoilers. A trout is a type of fish. So this is going to be starfish, if I can type. What else is there? Puzzles. Reed and ivory. Okay. Well, reed is a red one, so we're going to take some of the letters out of reed. And then ivory is a bottom white, so this is a synonym again. What's a synonym for ivory, though? Well, it starts with, presumably it starts with R. Possibly starts with R-E. Ivory I can only think of as a synonym for white, as in ebony and ivory. Or possibly tusk, as in ivory tusk on an elephant. LT Bagger says a trout is _ grilled. Well, yes, also that. Synonyms for ivory. I mean, it's sort of a off-white, sort of creamish colour, if you were talking about the colour. All the C word, says Harry. Yes, the C word is... We shan't speak of it. Oh, there's another puzzle here. Let's try this one first, and then we can come back to it. So a word that means doze, and a word that means family. So doze, I would think, would be like sleep or snore or nap. Possibly nap, because that's quite short. And then the whole thing is going to be 6 letters. So a word that means family. For some reason I want to put napalm as the answer. That doesn't mean family, unless you have a particularly toxic family. They've got to be short enough words to fit into the 6-letter answer. That's the thing. Kin. Napkin. There we go. Nobody needs kaboom. What is this? Oh, there is a puzzle through a window. It's a bottom magenta block, but it's not got a clue on it. Hi. Okay, yeah, I can solve it. So it's a 4-letter word. The clue is nothing. And magenta means it's a thing of this type. So if the clue is fish, the answer could be cod or herring or haddock or anything like that. So what is blank a type of? It's a type of space. It's a type of void. It's a type of emptiness. It's a type of clue, but not a very good one. It's in a room. I don't think magenta is ever environmental, though. Yeah, I there's obviously some trick to what the answer to this is, but I'm not seeing it at the moment. It doesn't look like there's any other way into that room, though, so we do need to solve it through this window. What else is there in here? Ah, there's another one. Oh, tool. Okay, a type of tool, but it only has 3 letters. Axe? No. Saw? Yes, saw. Okay. Oh, hang on. There's another tool just here. How many letters is that? 6 letters, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, a tool with 6 letters. Not drill, that's 5. Not chainsaw, that's 8. Shovel, that's got 6 letters. Not sure how we would, if there's some context that we can use to, like, infer what, if there's a set of tools that we're talking about here. There's nothing off to the side on that side, so it is just these 2. Hammer, says Harry. Harry is a genius. It was indeed hammer. Glass is a type of sand, says Starcasted. Well, yes. If we're talking about the window itself, it is definitely a type of sand. I think this clue, though, as I say, I don't think pink magenta clues are environmental. I think it is just referring to the block. I'm now thinking that it's going to be a tool of some sort. But I don't really have anything to base that on other than there were tools on the other side. Harry says hammer, the universal tool. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Maybe it's nail. Maybe it's tool. No. There is a hint option. If we get really stuck, I can press caps lock on the clue, which will tell me the first letter. So we might have to use that in the future. Let's see if we can do this one. So we have a bottom blue clue, which means middle blue means add something to the word. Bottom blue is a conceptual adding, so it's something that a tent is part of, if you like. It's like add to a tent. And then bottom black is an antonym, so opposite of them is going to be us. Adding to tent, I was thinking campground or campsite or something. Oh, actually no, just camp. Because then campus. Ah, there we go. Okay. we have the tools from another angle, but we did already solve both of them. Ooh, stairs. There is another flaw to this area of the game. Wow, infect, insect. So we have a middle blue. So we're going to be adding letters to infect. But the answer is going to be the opposite of infect because of the bottom black. And it also ends with a type of insect. I think I know what this is. The opposite of infect is disinfect. Ant. I have disinfected the ant. What else is up here? Oh, 2 clues. Steal and out. Okay, well the opposite of out is obviously in. And steal is a white clue, so that's a synonym. Synonym of steal, and it's got to be 3 letters because in is going to be the last 2, I think. Trying to think of words that mean steal. Apart from, well, I can think of longer words that mean steal, like take or thieve. Rob. Ah, Robin. Robin. Robin and I would love so much if this was Batman, but I think it has to start with in. It's the right sense to be Batman. I think it needs to start with in, and then oh wait, no, this is a middle. This is a middle white. So it would have to just be insist. That's not how you spell insist. That's how you spell insist. But that's a top. Oh, hang on. This is interesting. I was thinking the answer would have to be CYST because this is a middle white. So this is letter based, spelling based, not sound based. But the brownish beige, this color block, this is a top one. So I think that means the whole solution is modified by sound. So it is insist, and then you have to do a synonym on top of that, which is why it's insist. Okay, these are going to get complicated. What have we got in here? We have a black door in here at the moment. Article and opposite of full. And it's middle magenta, not bottom magenta. So it's not an example of it's an example of an article like in grammatical terms. So it's going to be or an or the. Is it just going to be arise? Yes, okay, because opposite of full. Copperhead and knit. Okay. Right, hang on. I'm getting confused with the block heights here. Copperhead is a middle red, so we're taking some letters out of Copperhead. Knit is a top black, so we're reversing the sounds in the word knit. Knit. Tin. But it's a bottom beige block. So middle beige was combine the letters, top beige was combine the sounds, bottom beige is combine the concepts. Are we combining copper and tin to make bronze? Oh, for God's sake, this game. Okay. So that gave us copper, that gave us tin, and this means combine the two clues on either side, but it's combine them like conceptually because it's a bottom clue. Okay, I could have been stuck on that one for a long time if I didn't get that. Have we done everything up here? Oh, no, there's another stairway up. Right, we have to solve 7 more in this area, it looks like. Which is a problem, because I don't see any more in this area. Then we get to go in whatever this is. Oh, hang on, I think I missed one on the previous... on the bottom floor. Both of those. Oh yeah, so we didn't solve this one yet. Oh, this is... Ah, no, hang on, this is a bottom one as well. Right. Yeah, I didn't catch that before. So we're not just combining letters from reed and synonym for ivory. We are actually we're conceptually combining. I don't know what that means. I don't know what we're supposed to be doing. I'm going to hint the first letter of this one. Okay, it's P. Oh, is this talking about colour mixing? If we take the A out of here to get red, and then we do a synonym for ivory is white, as I previously said. Red plus white is pink. Right, it was about colour mixing. Okay. Handle and dark. So dark is antonym, so it's going to be light or white or something like that. Handle is a purple, which means change it in some way. So we're not adding letters or removing letters, we're changing letters. Is this going to be candlelight? Yeah, so change handle to candle and then dark to light. Ooh, another pink one with no... 2 more pink ones with no clue on them. How am I supposed to get these? Silly game. Right, so we did that one. Yeah, this is just showing us the 2 pinks with no clue on them, which I don't understand. This I still don't understand. Is there anything else we haven't done? Ah, okay, right, so there's a grand total of 3 pinks with no clue on them. Excuse me? I'm guessing this is a hint for something. What would that say if we filled in some letters? Retreat? Something there. I? Retreat? Retreat from their eyes. Retreat from their eyes. Does that fit in the where was it? Does that fit in the big puzzle? I'm lost. Where is the big puzzle? There it is. Okay, that is the answer, but how do you get that from 12? Like, I only got that because it was written on the wall. What's it got to do with 12? It doesn't seem to be anything to do with the other answers to these clues. Okay, it's not somehow hinting at the pink ones as well. How many more do we have to solve if we want to do this area? 4. Okay. Right, hang on. There are three blank pink clues we haven't solved. So what's the 4th thing we have to solve to finish this area? I think we did all the ones in here. And then there weren't any up there. Okay, so we did everything in that area. And then bottom floor. Yeah, there's only one pink one in there. There was nothing else in that room. Then there were 2 in there. That's the same 2. This isn't a different 2 puzzles. That's the same room we were just looking at. So there's 3 pink ones. And then we solve both of them. Okay, so I don't know where this 4th clue is that we need to solve to finish the area. It doesn't seem to be any of these. Okay, can I hint this? Okay, the hint does work. So it starts with T. It's supposed to, yeah, it's a thing of this type. D. What was the other one? A. But type of what? Tools? Anvil. No. I think of A words with 5 letters now. Oops. We could be here a while. So yeah, there's a D, and a T word. I don't understand how they work. The only other pink clues we had were tools, saw and hammer. T. Timpani. That's not a tool. Okay. Well, if I can't figure out the gimmick for this, I might be stuck on this area, which is a shame. I was hoping to make some progress. The whole 12 tools and retreat from your eyes are confusing me. Yeah, so, well, I got these because they are examples of tools. This, obviously, the retreat from your eyes, I only got because there was an answer on the wall. It's not 12 letters. It's 20 letters. Are there 12 puzzles on this? There might be 12 puzzles on this floor. But we didn't actually need any of the other puzzles to get this. Tool bag, says T-Bagger. That was the other one. Wait, where is the other one? Actually, oh, it's not T-Bagger. almost. It's the right number of letters. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not to do with tools, but the question is then, what is it to do with? Well, so this one is on a purple wall, and the other two are on a mint green wall, which is my least favourite colour of wall. I don't know if the wall colour is significant, but the blocks themselves are definitely all magenta blocks. What colour was the wall that had the tools on it? That wasn't in a wall, but it was just the same brown walls as everything else. Yeah, the wall colours are different, but normally the colour of a wall doesn't impact the answer to anything. Like, brown means travel forward in time, but only if there's actually, the clue is actually on a brown block. If the clues are on different coloured blocks, then usually the colour of the wall doesn't matter. Okay, I'm just looking at a list of tools starting with T just to make sure I haven't missed an obvious one. And I don't think I have, because I don't see any with 7 letters. It's probably not tools for these other ones. My other thought was it's a 7-letter word that means a blank. So this is an example of a blank space because the clue is blank space. But I can't think of a 7-letter word starting with T that means a blank space, so that's not it either. So I'm kind of out of ideas, even with the hint. This one could be a void. Because the clue is a void because there's nothing there. Were there any answers in this area that would work in that spot? Oh wait! Hang on, there's another one here. I forgot about this one. Okay, this one is orange wall. So we've got an orange wall, a mint green wall, and a purple wall. Don't know if that's significant. That solves the mystery of what are the 4 puzzles we need to solve to finish, because this is the 4th one. Starts with O, and it's got 4 letters. But maybe if we can get this one, we can figure out what the clue is for the other one. Open? Just because open has been the answer to a lot of puzzles in this game. Ouch. I'm almost tempted to just type in every 4-letter word starting with O until I get it, because I don't know what the theme is here. Oboe. Oops. Oats. I mean, it is in an orange wall, but it's too short to be anything orange as the answer. Starcasted says okay, which unfortunately is not correct, but good guess. Okay. I am considering just trying different words starting with O. So I'm going to do that because I really want to finish this game and I don't see any other way to proceed other than messing around for far too long. So if I do this, just getting up a list of 4-letter words starting with O. Oofs. Oaks. Ookie. Oots. Ooty. Obey. Obit. Oboe. Oboe. Odds. Ode. Offie. Ogle. Ogre. Ohms. Oiks. Oils. Oily. Wink. Okay. Okra. Oldie. Old. Olio. Omen. Omit. Once. One. Only. On to. Bonus. Onyx. Oofs. Ooze. Oops. Ooze. Oozy. Oople. Open. Opts. Opus. Orval. Orbs. Orca. Orcs. Oars. Orgy. Orzo. Otto. Ouch. Ounce. Oval. Oval. Okay, the answer was oval. Now then. Why was the answer oval? This is not an example of an oval. Everything in here looks very much square. So we don't seem to be following the normal magenta rules. It's not a tool. It's a shape. Oh, that's... I didn't see that before. That's just the other half of the puzzle we already solved. Retreat from the eyes. Yeah, we were able to solve that without the other half of the puzzle. Well, okay. We solved that was oval. Does that help with any of the rest of them? Is this also a shape? Angle? No. Okay, well, it's the only shape I can think of starts with A. and has 5 letters. Could this... Forget how long this word was. Does triangle fit? Oh no, that's the D one. Where's the one that starts with T? Here. No, triangle is too long. Okay, so the other ones aren't even shapes. It is in an orange wool though, says El Tibago. It is in an orange wool, yes. I don't see what that's got to do with ovals though. Orange is not inherently oval. Orange is like do a cipher. Maybe we go back, take a look at all the answers, says Starcasted. Yeah, well, I was also trying to relate oval to the other answers. And also to this sentence, the retreat from the eyes thingy, but I couldn't do that. And also saw and hammer. Like, I don't see how saw and hammer makes an oval either. And then, yeah, we have napkin. Pink sunlit candlelight, which does sound romantic, but fireman, retreat from their eyes, mermaid mastermind. Yeah, I still don't see what's going on here. Starfish. Then the hammer and the saw again. Like, when I saw this 12, I was trying to think of things that there are 12 of that it might have something to do with, like zodiac signs or something like that, but... Candlelight is not a zodiac sign. So it's not that either. And obviously solving that one doesn't get us any progress here. Still got 3 more to solve before we can go in there. Yeah, it's the other one that's on its own. What's the significance of ovals? You play cricket at them. Anything special about Starfish Mermaid Mastermind? Lit candlelight camp. And a saw. Do these puzzles require you to go back for clues? Well, not any further back than the room you're in, like the area you're in, I don't think. Yeah, maybe it's outside this maze. The thing is, unless it's a green, like a dark green, or if it's dark green, mint green, or grey, then it might be an environmental puzzle. Apart from that, all the puzzles have been like self-contained, and the only thing you've had to do, the only reason you'd go back to other areas is to figure out the rule for that type of block. But I thought I knew the rule for bottom pink blocks, which was example of something like of this type. So if the clue on the pink block was fruit, then the answer would be a fruit of some sort. But the clue on the pink block is blank, and the answer was oval. And I don't see how blank gets you to oval. Is this one thought, says T-Bago. It's not thought, although that is a very good idea. Starcaster suggests going back outside the maze. Like, I don't think it's this. We did solve a load of stuff to do with this, and also like it wouldn't be oval from this because isn't a V on there, so you can't make the word oval. There isn't really anything else outside this area apart from these trees, which I think are just decoration. What's above that room? If I go upstairs, and then what's above that room? Where even are the stairs? Here. So it would be this corner? Yeah, this corner is above that room, so there isn't even a clue above that room to help. Yeah, whatever it is seems to be very different to the beige blocks that were introduced in this area. It seems funny to make them part of the same area if they're not connected. Triumph. Recall. There's a lot of 7-letter words starting with T. We would be here a very long time if I was trying to brute force that one. I just thought the O one might give me a hint for the rule for the bigger thing. I don't think it did. Think of any connection between these words. Yeah, and then this one is just randomly oval. Starcasted says, I'm just waiting for you to have an ooh moment and solve everything. Yeah, I'm waiting for that as well, but it's unfortunately, I'm the one who's actually got to do that. And it's not coming to me. What was this again? A, and then it's 5 letters. How many 5-letter words are there starting with A? How much am I going to hate myself if I try and solve it like that? Right, just responding to someone on Discord. Sorry about that. Right, how many 5-letter words are there starting with A? Lots. Certainly a lot more than started with O. I don't think we can solve it like that. Only about 700. Yeah, well, O is relatively short. There must be some There must be something somewhere. Somewhere else in the game to hint at that. There must be. And I partly cheesed it by finding oval. Oh well. In that case, I think we've done about everything we can in level 2. Because the only other place I see to make progress are here, where we need to solve more puzzles. And here, where we would need to open this and this. And I suspect we need to solve the bit we're in before either of these would open. And then there's also 2 more puzzles to solve in here, but that's because they depend on the black and yellow. Unless I can guess these answers. This starts with B, and it's not black. I already tried that. Does this one start with L? And is the no entrance actually a clue? Like, you'd think it would be a clue, because it's a block with words on it, and usually those are clues. We can guess the mint one, says Dark Acid. Well, in theory, yes. In practice, I suppose if we want to think about this logically, black means opposite, and bottom black means antonym, as in the opposite meaning. So the clue that this is referring to is going to be a bottom black word. So it's got to be something that has an opposite. So like, it's not going to be like boron or something, because what's the opposite of boron? It would have to be something that has an opposite. And it's not going to be black, because we tried that. What other words start with B, have 5 letters, and are words that there is an opposite of? Like, no, not before, because it's too long, but that sort of thing. Blind. Bleak. Blank. This is not how you're supposed to solve the puzzle, by the way. I think you're supposed to unlock the black area first and then solve the puzzle. Bully or blunt? Oops, can't spell. Nice ideas. But much like there's a lot of 5-letter words starting with A, there's quite a lot of 5-letter words starting with B as well. Even if we only look at the ones that can have opposites. Desperate times. And then there's this one. Now this is a top yellow. Top yellow means mix up the sounds. So that could be also almost anything, as long as you could mix up the sounds of it. How many letters is it? 8. What fits in 8 letters and starts with L? Lollipop. Not that. Lavender. It's lavender. That was a guess. It was a guess that was influenced by... There was another one where the answer was lavender. Where was it? Yeah. It was influenced by the fact that lavender was an answer in a different part of this area. Specifically here. But this is purple, not yellow. So that wasn't actually... Yeah. So, this no entrance then, that's not actually... That's not actually a clue, because what's that got to do with lavender? Okay, well we know the answer to one of the yellows when we unlock it. We've almost done this area then, we've only got to solve the black one. Okay, I wonder if the black one is also going to be a word from somewhere else in another... So let's look for 5-letter words that start with B. We've got bleat. Although again, I don't know what the opposite of bleak would be. None of the other ones. Not seeing any other 5-letter B words in the... That's where I got lavender from, it was a 5-letter B word. It was already, no it wasn't, it was a word that was already used in, brown we've already used. Maybe it could be brown. Bright is 6. Oh, brown again. Yeah, so brown has already come up twice. Let's try brown then. Not brown, blank. I think I tried blank. The game know you won't have unlocked yellow at this point. I think there is something strange about yellow on account of this yellow is hiding and also this no entrance. So I think, yeah, I think the game does expect me not to have unlocked yellow. I mean, I think the game expects you to unlock yellow and black before you solve lime. I was just hoping to solve something. The other big thing is how do you get into black? But we struggled with that last time because the entrance to black would be like here. And, well, yeah, I mean, the game is non-Euclidean, so the entrance to black isn't necessarily here. But, yeah. Logically, looking at the map, the entrance to be black would be round here somewhere, and we've solved everything in all of these areas. We've still got to solve 4 things to get into here as well. Raven says, hello Gertrude, hello friends. So I am starting to lean towards we should just stop playing Lingo and start playing Lingo 2 instead. We've done the egg. The egg is done. The answer to all the egg clues. We did all of this area. So yeah, other than solving those 2 words in the beige area, or guessing at the mint clue, I don't see anything else to actually do. Yeah, we did everything in here. There's just something I'm missing in that area. There's also these big letters that are on the wall everywhere. I suppose I should start writing those down. Let's temporarily hide all of that and start writing down the letters that are on the walls. Orange Q. Red K. Or some other letters. That's not a letter, that's just the wall is dissolving. That's an R. Blue, black, R. Did I ever figure out what the point of this area was? It just seems to be a load of colours in a maze. I don't think I ever did figure out the purpose of it. There were a couple of puzzles in it which I solved. So whether it was just there to have puzzles in it, I don't know. Yeah, and we're back here again. That's not a letter, it's just a cube with a pattern on it. That's a green D. We've got a Q though, so like if we're trying to anagram these letters to spell a word, we'd better have a U somewhere, otherwise that's going to be difficult. There was this area. There was the gold G. There was that thing, which was hilarious. There's the geography quiz. Just into there. Are there any other letters? Because right now we don't even have any vowels, so we're not spelling a word out of this. These letters don't work in the cipher either. Because there's no Q in the cipher. It's not that either. Yeah, we only need one. I have a feeling this would open if we solved the last beige clues, which is annoying. Are there any other letters? That area again. Purple area. Beginning again. And brown areas here. There's this. And then you can go through this to get to this area. White S. Hello, Cass. My favourite Lotto. I hope you're doing well. Best Cass. I need to solve 4 to get in there. Yeah, there's clearly more stuff to do in this game. But yeah, blue N. I don't have any vowels in this collection of letters, so I can't make a word out of it. And if I'm not making a word out of it, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing with them. That's not a letter. This could be a letter I suppose. Difficult to be sure though. I feel like they'd make it more obvious if it was an I. This isn't a puzzle, by the way. Because eventually it would stop typing if it was a fixed length of letters. That's not actually a puzzle. It's just a random yellow block. These letters are not letters like the other ones. They're just relating to this clue. We did the tree. We solved everything on the tree. Then that brings us back here. Yeah. So I think that's all the letters that I found. El Tibago says, what things have eyes? And what happens if you retreat from them? People have eyes. And if you retreat from them, they chase after you. What else has eyes? Animals, needles, storms. Bago says, I'm nobody's favourite anything. You are everybody's favourite Bago. Cass says best Emma. You thought T was your favourite. Well, if Bago actually streamed so that I could see his axolotl VTuber, then that might be different. But at the moment, I never actually see Bago's axolotl. I meant in the game, doofus, lol. I know there's a picture with an eye. Yes, as Ren says, potatoes have eyes. So there is a part of the game where there's a picture with an eye on it, and if you go up to that picture, it teleports you. But that was in level 1, and we already solved everything in that area. So I don't think there's any eyes in this area. Apart from this one. Retreat from the eyes. Okay, I'm retreating from the eyes. Nothing happened. So I don't think it means there. I don't think there's anywhere in level 2 where I saw eyes as in pictures of eyes. The smiley faces. Oh, the lingo smiley face thing. Yeah, that comes up a lot. This is a slime from Minecraft. Don't know what this area is for either. All of this. These sort of look like eyes. But you can't really retreat from them because they're facing downwards. It's the mint area. Still don't know what this means. Is this a puzzle I can solve? No, okay. The area with the hand, which we did. This is half of a clue that spells out ascension, which I did write in here. I don't remember if we used that or not. It's not the answer to either of the things we're stuck on. This is a pumpkin, at least on that side. Doesn't seem to have any letters on it. Oh, this is new. What's the opposite of deposit? Withdraw? No. That's annoying. It's the right number of letters. Opposite of deposits. Retrieve? No. Okay. It's. I know the wall is mint green, but it is a black bottom clue, so it will be an antonym. Opposite of deposit. No. I was sure it was going to be withdraw, because that's what you call it at a bank. Okay, I'm going to hint the first letter. E. Excavate? Excavate. Okay. Another one of these, but it's not the same as the previous one. 4, 4, and 4. That makes 12. Maths? Anyone? 4 plus. Starcasted says at least we have progress. Yeah, except we kind of don't because. Okay, so this is more of these, except now they're using mint green clues. Cat, hat, and the answer is 2. But they're mint green and they're top mint green. Mint green normally refers to blocks, at least when I've seen mint green before, it's referred to blocks elsewhere in the game. I want to put chat. Oh, it is chat. Okay, this is not the use of mint that I've seen before. Because this seems to be just, I mean, I get the beige top clue, we're combining the sounds, but we seem to be combining the literal sounds of these words and not anything special, like mint-coloured about them. Kite and white. Night? No. Kite and white. We put cat and hat to make chat. Kite and white would be wakite or kawite. Quite? Quite. Okay, yeah, this is going to be more. Hopefully, we don't get American English in these sound-based puzzles again, because that always throws me. 4. Okay, 4, but I only see one clue, and it's arc. Oh, these might be part of the 4. Wait, 10? Wait, what? Okay, this is not as simple as I thought. This was just combining these. This was just combining these. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Now I see 5 clues. There are 5 green words in these 2 rooms, and these both say 4, and also this is only 2 letters. Is it just high? Okay. Every time you see a 2-letter word, it's just high. Now, why would it be high? This says ha, which is a good start, and this says he. Ha, he, hawk, sock thick. Okay, no, those are clues for that one. Okay, how on earth do you get high from ha, he, hawk? I don't get that one at all. Especially since it says 4, and there's only 3 clues. This one says 4 and there's only 2 clues. Thick and sock. I mean, let's just try and stick things together. Okay. Thick and sock. Thick or sock? Shock. That's not how that works. Okay, the word 4 has obviously got to have something to do with it. But I don't know what. El Tibago points out that my hawk. That's not how the song goes. I'm not getting any further with this either. Cass says I shouldn't guess anything because I don't know the rules. Cass, none of us know the rules either, okay? We're all just guessing. No, we don't have... Yeah, our answer for beige is question mark, question mark. It was... Well, I suppose it is combining... It's combining adjacent clues. Actually, it's not even adjacent because these aren't adjacent. Combining nearby clues in some way, but I really don't know how. I don't know how we do that. Okay, but solving that must have unlocked something else. Okay, we've got another 4 and another 10. And the only clue in here is arc. Yeah, we definitely don't understand what's going on yet. We got leg and we got 10. We've got right. This is probably a clue for the overall thing. Oh no, we've got blank pink ones again. I don't get these. I don't get what the answer is. We've got blank pink ones again. Cass says, this is the first I've ever seen of this game. You have more experience of it since you've been playing from the beginning. Yeah, that doesn't mean I know how these work. Out of interest, what is the first letter of this one? L. Okay. R thing. Arc. 10. 4. 10 leg. Twine. Okay, what would this be? Eyes tell lies? Eyes tell lies. Retreat from the eyes tell lies. It is eyes tell lies. Okay. And what does that mean? Okay. Those two, we did those two. We did that. Okay, yeah, so the only area we haven't done is... I'm lost again. Yeah, this bit is the only bit we haven't done. Leg. Leg end. No. Twine. Is it a combination of leg and twine? You see how. Like in this case 12 is the number of letters, but in the previous case the previous one of these big ones, 12, wasn't the number of letters. So that's not significant. And obviously that is a 4 letter and the clue is 4, but this isn't 10 letters. So I don't think it's anything to do with the number of letters. Hello, Essage, who says, "Oh God, not top cream." It's not the top cream that's the problem, actually. Funnily enough, I did solve some top creams already. I solved. There's an area a bit like this that has one of these big cream panels, but it has clues of different colours instead of just mint green clues. And I solved almost all of that area. I solved almost all of that area, so I understand what top cream means. If like a top cream with just like normal clues next to it, I understand how that works. I don't understand how these work. Like here we had cat and hat and it was chat. And here we had white and kite and it was quiet. And I was like, I'm starting to get the hang of this. And then suddenly we had a 4 and a 10 and the only word in here is arc. So, what? What is going on? And then in here we don't have any clue, any puzzle at all. And then in here we have a pink with nothing on it. So yeah, this is the point at which my mind completely stopped functioning. I mean, presumably, is this combining like this one and this one or something? Mashka, thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day and welcome in. And I hope you're having a good Sunday. And I hope your brain is in a less melted state than mine. I'm just going to assume that we use these two words because they're the closest. So arc and R. Arc? No. Arc and R. It's American. This is sound based and it's American. Is this pronounced more like ah? Is it arc? No. Arch suggests Cass. Okay, Cass is better at this game than me. Cass is now in charge. Arch. Okay, I sort of see that. Yeah, this has got an H on the end, and this is arc. So we were using those two to solve this. Essage says, I still to this day have no idea what Brenton was on when he made Top Cream. Well, hang on. Can I find my way back to here? Do I know where I am? Yes, I go into mint green and then I'm there. So if I go back to brown, this is the other area with cream. Too late, little Lottle. Because it feels more like what middle cream would have been. Yeah, so here, I've done this area, Essage. So this is mostly middle cream, and obviously I figured out what it was. But there are some top creams in here. If you got the stairs. I remember where the stairs are. Where on earth were the stairs? Here. Up here there were some top creams. Well, okay, there was one top cream. So, Essage, I get this one. We're taking in and we're taking cyst and we're changing, we're making something that sounds like that. So I understand this top cream. This top cream is actually more consistent than the other ones. Yeah, this one makes sense. And obviously these middle ones make sense. And there's a bottom cream up here as well, which makes sense. No, there isn't. Somewhere there's a bottom cream that makes sense. Yeah, here. So this is mixing red and white to get pink. So I figured all of that out, and I was feeling like I understood cream, and then I didn't. There. Now I've got to find my way back to that other area. Where was it? Wait, I thought it was here. It is here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so I understood that bit, and like here, I combined sock and thick to get shock. And here, I somehow combined hee ha hawk to get high. I didn't think. I just knew that was high because it was 2 letters. To be honest, the thing that's really throwing me the thing that's really throwing me in both these areas is the blank pink ones. In that previous area, there are still 3 blank pink ones I haven't solved. There was a 4th one, which was a 4-letter word starting with O, and I just typed every 4-letter word starting with O until I got it, and it was oval. And I was hoping that that would give me a hint, but it didn't help at all. So I haven't finished that area, and now I'm seeing that there are also a bunch of blank pinks in this area. So I know, well, magenta, not pink, sorry. I know what magenta means. Like, bottom magenta is a thing of this type. So, like, say that there was a clue fruit on here, then the answer would be a type of fruit. But the clue is blank. So the answer isn't a type of blank, therefore I don't know how they work. And they don't seem to be related to the cream blocks, so I don't really understand why they're in the same area in the first place. Message says, just for convenience's sake, the lingo level 2 colours are called magenta, lime, mint, cream, and lavender. Yeah, I think I still got it as beige on there. I figured out the other colours because they are actually referred to within the game. But that area that has a corridor with all the colours in, it doesn't actually have a cream room. So I still don't know how it works beyond that. LT Bago, thank you for redeeming drink, water, and stretch.
Mahonia, holly-leaved barberry, mountain grape, Rocky Mountain grape, tall Oregon grape, Mahonia aquifolium, Borborus aquifolium on wiki.
I think one of my lights is malfunctioning. Started flickering. Okay. I'm going to have to leave that light switched off, I think, to be on the safe side. Oh. Let's have a stretch and some botany, and maybe the lingo will make more sense when we come back to it. I don't have high hopes, though. Even the lights don't know what colour they are. Well, what I did have was blue on that side and pink on that side. To try and make it look like a trans flag, but now the blue one is broken. It's more just sort of pink on one side and white on the other. Tibago has redeemed Mahonia, also known as holly-leaved barberry, mountain grape, Rocky Mountain grape, tall Oregon grape. As today's botany redeem. We do some stretches first. So we're taking a quick break, but don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. When I'm not playing video games on the internet, I am a botanist in real life. I like to share that with my viewers via this redeem, where you can pick any British wildflower, including non-native ones. And I talk about it for a little while. It helps to clear my mind a bit if we're playing a difficult puzzle game, which we certainly are today. Ooh, but don't worry, the lingo will be back in just a second. Okay, stretching is complete. Let me get my books. Oh. I'm not just making a show of it, these really are heavy. So we're looking for Mahonia aquifolium, Berberis aquifolium on Wiki. This is one of these where taxonomists have got in a bit of an argument and can't decide what to call the plant, which is always fun. I think this book will have it under Mahonia. It does indeed have it under Mahonia. Other book. Ow. Other book is not the best book. Mahonia aquifolium, Oregon grape. An evergreen shrub which spreads rapidly by stolons, often planted for ornament or game cover in estate woodlands, copses and linear plantations, or along hedgerows or roads where it can become well established through its suckering habitat. So suckering is where you have a plant and then it, instead of putting down roots or shoots, it will go along a bit and then put up a new plant. It is also self-sown or dispersed by birds. It was introduced to Britain in 1823. It is commonly cultivated and frequently planted in some areas for game cover. It was first recorded in the wild in 1874. It has increased in the wild in the last 60 years, probably due to widespread planting and escapes from gardens, as well as better recording of aliens. It is very variable, and some populations may be hybrids with other North American taxa. Okay, so it's a native to Western North America, as its name, Oregon grape, would suggest, widely naturalised in Western and Central Europe. It's just occurred to me I didn't bring up a picture of it. I usually bring up a picture of the plant so that people know what it is we're talking about. So do excuse me. We've gone grape. It's very pretty. I'm always a bit cautious of being too complimentary of introduced non-native species. Especially if they have a tendency to be invasive. I don't think this one particularly does. And it does have nice flowers. The fruit, unsurprisingly, resembles bunches of grapes, hence the name. Just looking for a photo that shows off that. There we go. So... yeah, it is very much in this country. It's not so much a garden plant. People do plant it in gardens, but it's talking about game cover in estate woodlands. So we're talking about big country estates where they like to go grouse shooting and that sort of thing, and they'll plant big areas of this plant, which then makes it a lot easier for the plant to escape into the wild than if somebody just planted it in their own normal garden. So it's found pretty much everywhere in England, less common in Scotland, and only a handful of records in Ireland. We'll bring up the distribution map. A second here. I don't think I've actually recorded it myself in North Somerset. Let me do the... there we are. So this is where in the country it can be found. As you can see, just a handful of records in Ireland. If we look at slightly more precise data, you can see the pattern you get typically with garden plants where urban areas have more records. I would expect to see a lot of records near country estates. But those are just going to be scattered across rural areas, and you can see there are records scattered across rural areas, so that's probably what those are. Okay, it does grow in North Somerset. I'm just looking at the places where I know there are large country estates in North Somerset, and I'm not seeing it grow in those locations, which is interesting. Like, for example, pretty much all of this land here is one big country estate, and there's no record of it there. Similarly, if we go down here a bit, here is all one as well. But of course, the problem with that is a lot of the land is privately owned and not accessible to the public. So it could well be there, we just don't see it. Hello, Hazel Azazelzel. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. You are just in time to catch us talking about Oregon grape. This plant is native of North America, so you might have seen it before, Hazel. But it does exist in this country in fairly significant numbers, both through deliberate planting and escaping. So I will leave that picture up for just a second while I put my books back. I'm not sure if I've seen that one, says Hazel. I mean, it doesn't grow everywhere in North America. It is obviously native to Oregon because that's its name, but it must grow in other states as well. I wonder if I can find an American distribution map. The UK is fairly unique in the level of detail that botanists go into in their recording. But yeah, here we go. So there is some American data. Here's a picture. So this is it's obviously not as fine resolution as the BSBI data, which is down to the square kilometre. But that would be pretty much impossible to attempt on the scale of the United States. Here is Oregon, which it's named after. Looks like it's also found in much of California, Idaho, Washington, and whichever state this is, I forget. Possibly also in British Columbia in Canada. Looking at this distribution, I feel like the plant doesn't know where the international boundary is, does it? So it will probably be growing up there as well. Don't want those estates hunting botanists for sport. Fun fact, Tibago, Dr. Crouch has actually been threatened with a shotgun before while accidentally trespassing on some privately owned country estate. Where some people were out. I don't remember what kind of hunting they were doing, but they were hunting. Yeah, and anyone who says, "Oh, they don't have guns in the UK," it's not legal to own handguns here, but there are plenty of people who own shotguns. Farmers and upper class hunting type people have rather a lot of guns between them. I've never been shot at, but I have got very close to grouse shooting without realising it, and then been scared out of my mind when a shotgun was discharged a couple of 100 feet away from me. Not towards me, but the fact I didn't know it was there was a bit scary. Harry quoting from Hot Fuzz, which, fun fact about Hot Fuzz, it was filmed just down the road from where I live. It was filmed in Wales. In fact, Harry visited it when he was with me. I don't know if he recognised any of the locations from the film. Everyone and their mums is packing around here. Who? Farmers? Who else? Farmers' mums? It's perfectly fine to own guns that aren't pistols here, just harder. Yes. We do have some of the strictest gun laws in the world, but people think, oh, the UK doesn't have guns, even the police aren't armed, which is often true, but El Tobago says Edgar White is from Wales. He worked in the Safeway that's in that movie. Yes, which no longer exists, by the way. It closed a few years after the movie was filmed. Anyway, Oregon grape. Excuse me 1 second here. We have slight equipment malfunction. There we go. So before T-Bago kindly redeemed me a break, we were trying to figure out lingo. We were here. And while I've been thinking, a thought has formed itself in my mind about possible meaning of these blocks. These ones saying 4, and these ones saying 2. This block is 2 blocks away from this one, and this block is 2 blocks away from this one. No, this room is completely empty. Did the developer forget to put a puzzle in here? Where is the other one? Yeah, here. This is 2 blocks from this, and this is 2 blocks from this. And then in here, is this 4 blocks? Oh no, that's 3 blocks. No, that's 4 blocks. Maybe that counts as 4. I'm just wondering if it's something to do with the distance from the thing. So this is talking about this one and this one because they're 4 blocks, but it's not talking about this one. This one must be a clue for this. So the shock is actually sock plus hawk, which makes more sense in an American accent. And not thick, because thick is not 4 blocks away. So this high is actually ha and he, and not hawk, because those are 4 blocks away. Like, that doesn't help with the blank pink ones. I don't see what it has to do with those. But that's my theory about how to solve those puzzles. But then if that's the case, then this is talking about ones that are 10 blocks away, and that seems like a long way to count. I'm just going to assume that this is 10 blocks away from that. But that's not 10 blocks away. Is this literally just going to be thing then? Because that seems to be the only thing that's 10 blocks from it. But oh, this puzzle is 10 blocks from this puzzle. What's that supposed to mean? Can we go through the wall and find any more puzzles? No, we can't. El Tobago says you can even own some guns here that are illegal in some states because we have no magazine size limits. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, thing and... Oh, possibly thing and thick. So I think we're combining the words thick and thing. Think? Okay. Right, I do think this is to do with... I just wish this game made it easier to count blocks. I suppose we've got this pattern on the ground. So we can go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we can kind of count them. But then this one... This is going to be looking at twine and sock? No. Twine and then Twine and twig. I think this one is looking at twine and twig. Twine and twig. Twing. Twine. Actually, is this 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, that's 9 away. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so it's just twine and twig. Okay, please can somebody combine the words twine and twig for me and make a word out of that? Twink. It's 6 letters though. Yeah, obviously it starts with T. Don't know why I even bothered with that hint. Twing. This is annoying now because I think I figured out the rule. It's just solving it, and sound-based puzzles are always hard in this game because I don't speak American. But I don't think this is an American thing, this particular one. Wigan. I don't know, I just can't think of a word that fits. Might have to leave that one, unfortunately. Hello, Izzy the Penguin, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Sea Mouse here as your flower of the day. We are not having a great time in lingo today. Let's move on and try a different one, I guess. There was another one I haven't done yet. Where was it? Here, 8. Okay, what's within 8 of this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this is Lent. Lent and probably... Okay, nothing that way. Lent and arc? Wait, no. Okay, Lent is definitely 8. Hopefully we don't have to open this first, otherwise we'll never solve it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it might be leg. Leg and lent? Length? Length. Okay. Still don't have any clue how to do those. I think it's just that other one left then. This one. Oh, there's some more pinks. Oh, these pinks are actually labelled. Okay, emotion. So the answer is going to be a type of emotion because it's bottom magenta. Happiness. Yes. Sadness. Yes. Okay, well, at least it was the first two emotions I thought of. Now, I'd like to think that that means that the magenta with no clue is also going to be an emotion. However, that's not how the other empty magentas worked. So, who knows? Okay, it is back to this then. The only thing we haven't done. Twine, what was it? Twine and twig. I feel like it's an ing word. Twinge, who was it earlier? Sorry, who said the other top cream made sense, but these top creams don't make sense. It was Essage. Yeah, Essage made a good point earlier. This rule doesn't make sense as a top rule. It makes sense as a middle rule. The word twinge isn't taking the sounds of the words twine and twig. It's taking the letters of the words twine and twig. So this should be a middle cream, not a top cream. All of this area, this entire area, all of these clues should have been in the middle. And then it would have made sense. So I'm very confused by this whole area. Okay, we got the two emotions. We have upstairs. We have another blank panel. Starts with a T. Yeah, I think we just have to go upstairs now. Okay, looks like we're going to have similar types of puzzles. 8. So that's going to be this one plus this one. So height and width, I think that's going to be weight. Oops. Okay, it's not weight because it's too long. Hang on. Height and width. White. Hang on, this one, no, that actually is top. Because it's white and height, so it's the sound now, not the spelling. This should be a top cream, but everything downstairs that we've just done should have been a middle cream. I'm very confused by that. Oh. 0. Okay, I guess 0 means use the same block that you're already on. So copper and hopper. So it's going to be a word that rhymes with copper and hopper. Dropper. It's going to be 2 letters and then opper. Flopper. Cropper. Shopper. Stopper. I mean, there's a lot of things it could be, but it's got to end opper. Once again, Cass knows the answer somehow. Thank you, Cass, for pointing out chopper. Which I suppose makes sense, you're combining the C and the H. But I thought we weren't doing that. I thought we weren't doing spelling anymore. I thought we were doing sound. Oh, I don't know. There's a random top here, which we're probably going to need for something else. Yeah, this one. We've got shop, and I suspect the top over there was meant for this. So is that stop? No. Right, what else can you make out of top and shop? Shot. Do I need to count? Oh god, counting blocks when it's just this green texture is so hard. This is definitely 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there are any other blocks aligned with this, so just the fact that it's in line with that. Yeah, this one isn't in line, that's in the wall. So yeah, it is going to be top and shop. I don't see how that can't be stop. Or shot. I mean, who knows what it could be at this point. Gosh. In theory, I'm combining the sounds of the two words. So it would have to end OP, because both the source words end OP. Well, it'd have to end op. I'm trying other things just out of desperation. Yeah, it's not spot for some random reason. This isn't an American thing, is it? Americans say the words shop and top the same as we do. Okay, it starts with C. I didn't see that coming. Chop? Where does the ch come from? Am I missing another clue for this word? No, that's more than 7 away, and it makes no sense anyway. Yeah, but how do you get chop from shop and top? There's no ch sound. There's a t and a sh. I don't know. Okay, 2. Fend and rend. Rend. Okay, see that one makes sense. You have f, and you have r, and you have end. And it's sound based, not spelling based. Okay, we've unlocked the staircase again. 4. Yeah, so this is another one like that other area we just got to. This is another one where I've got to solve those magenta ones that have no clue on them before I can come in here. Oh, I think Cassie's making the argument that TSH is pronounced ch, which, I mean, it isn't in English because English doesn't have that consonant cluster, but in other languages it is, so I suppose you are correct. Yeah, so this is another one where I need to solve blank magenta puzzles before I can continue. Of which, actually, have I found 4 of them? There's one here, starts with T. There are 2 here that both start with S. Another one. This room is completely empty for some reason. Even though it doesn't appear in any words, there's no other way to pronounce that combination of letters, I guess. Possibly. Right, and then there's this one. Okay, so those are the 4 puzzles we'd have to solve to continue in this area. Unfortunately, I still don't understand this whole blank magenta puzzle thing. The only one I've solved is oval, and that was by brute force. This is L. L, and it's 10 letters. Lamination. I don't see what it's referring to. Like, it doesn't seem to be anything to do with these things. T-Banago, earlier on where you were going on about, where was it? What things have eyes and what happens if you retreat from them? Was that an actual hint, or was that just a guess? Because I've been thinking about that ever since, and I still don't see how it fits. The letters is this. This is 8. Triangle. Triangle, okay. I was thinking about it must be shapes because of oval. But then what on earth is this? Like, it can't even be semicircle, that's not long enough. This one could be square. It could be square, but it isn't. So it's a 6-letter word starting with S. And the only two we've found so far are oval and triangle, but square is not one of them. Shapes. I don't know, like something wants me to think that it's shapes because the only two I've found are oval and triangle. This is S and then it's 11 letters. This is an 11-letter word starting with S. Hello to ZLG Create, who says, hi there, best Gertchie, best chat. How is Lingo going? Pretty badly. I am completely stuck and unable to make any more progress. Is how it's going. The only other lead I've got, I think at least in level 2, is the letters that I found, and I haven't managed to spell anything with them. You can almost make dragons, except you can't. This game is so tricky, says ZLG. How far have you played it, ZLG? And if so, how far have you got? And in particular, have you solved this area with the weird cream coloured? And if so, what on earth do you do with these magenta ones? ZLG says, I've just watched you. Okay, right, so you have no more idea than I do then, probably. Yeah, so the two we've solved are oval and triangle. This is not square, despite looking like it could be. Squash. ZLG says, in the triangle room, the texture on the wall looked triangular. In the 11-letter S room, is there anything special about the texture in the room? Well, so there's 2 clues in there. One of which is 11 letters, and one of which is 6. The problem with it being texture based is that the textures are actually completely optional and off by default. The default look for this game is just plain walls and ceilings, but I decided that that would be a bit difficult for people to see what was going on sometimes, so I enabled the textures. So for that reason, I don't think it's texture based. But you're right, yeah, there were sort of triangles in the orange. So there's bound to be another hint. Yeah, so for reference, ZLG, I'm stuck on that puzzle. I'm also stuck on another area of the game. Specifically, this area which also has some magenta puzzles. And it had these two, and the clue was tool, and the answer was hammer and saw. But then it had some that are blank. There's one here. It's T, and then it's 7 letters, so it's not triangle because it's too long. And then there's another one in here. There's a 5 letter starting with A and a 7 letter starting with D. And then there was one other which was oval. But the only reason I know it's oval is because I tried every 4 letter word starting with O until I found it. So I've only got oval and triangle so far. What starts with D and is a shape? Decagon. Okay. That's the only shape I can think of, and it's not that. Hello, Al Huno, who says, best Emma, cute Emma, wonderful Emma. Thank you, Al Huno, and thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a flax. Diamond, says ZLG. Good answer, because it's a 7-letter shape, but not correct, unfortunately. Raven says, I had a squishy, very soft one. And my body tensed up, but I found a cozy, harder grade one, and yes, I'm a clean bean and did not sit on clean linens. I took it off and tidily made the other bed, and sorry if TMI, but I thought I'd sleep on the floor. Okay. For context, the other message from Raven, which I didn't read out, I lost, but now I've won in the hostel mattress lottery. Good thing I'm alone in the room so I could swap the mattresses out. Yes. Eltibago said, looked up a list of 11-letter words starting with S. One was stjambocking. I feel like it's not going to be that. Decader, says Raven. I'll be very impressed if it is that. No. How many 11-letter words are starting with S are there? I know I keep saying, oh, if I just solve one more, I'll get it, which I don't think is true at this point. Oh dear, there are a lot of 11-letter words starting with S. As in, several thousand of them. So we're not going to get anywhere that way. And there's almost as many 5-letter words starting A as well. It's a bit hard to see, but if I come around here, this one starts A. And you must be able to get them from context, but I don't know what the context is. There's all these, and I don't see anything about that. And then there's this, and I don't understand what this means, and why this is 12. Oh, actually, okay, we did establish that the other top creams with numbers as their clues were an instruction to count that many squares away. So what's 12 squares from here then? It's aligned with here. Oh, okay. It's just this. Yeah. So this clue is still functioning the same way as the other clues with a number. This half of the clue is 12 tiles away from it, and this half of the clue is also 12 tiles away from it. So that's how they're functioning. They're just counting 12 tiles away. None of which helps us with the pink. See, at first I thought they must be tools because those ones were tools. Then we solved oval and triangle. And then the other area, the 2 pink ones that did have clues, were both emotions. So I thought maybe they're emotions. But triangle isn't an emotion. I'm feeling particularly triangular today. Spherical, that's only 9. Deco is 100, I think. Oh, D-E-K. Oh, as in decagon with 100-sided shape. Good idea, but sadly not. ZLG says there are 26,000 above could be a cipher. This board here, I've already solved. I think this is a different puzzle. I've already solved 2 puzzles that use this board. One is this area here, and then the other is inside that navy and pink striped building. This building here. This has a puzzle in that requires those blocks as well. But it's sort of, like, it gives you a window to see them, as a hint that you need to use them. Oh, we actually didn't finish this area either, which is interesting. Oh, we didn't finish this area because I didn't understand this. So the reason that this is recipe is if you find the G on this board, well, there's actually 2 G's. There's one there and one there. If you find the G and then look at the letters around it, you get R-E-C-I-P-E to make recipe. Okay, since I can't make progress on the other one, let me... where is it? Let me see if maybe we can finish this area instead. So yeah, I understand how these work because you're finding that letter on the board and then taking the surrounding letters from it. These two, there's 2 of that letter and you're taking all of the surrounding letters from it. This implies that you take some letters away and then it's S and O and then you have to unlock that. Okay, let me look at the letters that are surrounding S on the grid. So we have D-P-O-N-I-R-T-E. Yeah, there's 2 S's on here. We have D-P-O-N-R-I-T-E. Which is all very well, but the answer is only 6 letters. But then this red means take letters away, so we can see that there's going to be 6 letters. But what's a 6-letter anagram of that? And I don't think I figured it out. So I'm going to just look it up because I've played this game for long enough. Oh wow, there is apparently an anagram of those letters, which is dipteron, which is a very obscure word. But we need a 6-letter word. There are quite a lot of 6-letter permutations of those letters, so I don't know how we're supposed to know which one we need. But deport, editor, ironed, opined, orient, period, ponder was the answer. Okay. Right, now I'm going to do the same thing with O. I don't know how we know that it's ponder rather than something else. So I'm just going with this. We need something with an letters surrounding the O. There should be 2 O's. Yeah, there are 2 O's in order to get more than 4 letters. So, N-E-L-T-A-S-I-D. Okay, that looks like something that has a lot of anagrams. It is something that has a lot of anagrams. There's no 8-letter anagram this time, which is interesting. But there's lots of anagrams that use 6 of those letters. This is the one I'm most scared of, because this is going to be adding letters. Because it's blue, not red. So, words that use 6 out of those 8 letters. Aliens. deltas, delist, dental, denial, detail, detain, dilate, enlist, entail, ideals, inlets, install, island, ladies, lasted, listed, listen, listen. Okay, I suppose ponder and listen sort of have a theme, although not recipe and terror. Like, I'm not really seeing a connection between all these words. Open, note, dice, exit. Recipe, terror, ponder, listen. Right, now we've unlocked this one. Ah, this is going to be the end of area clue, so it's going to be the something. Yeah, so those first 3 letters are going to be the. The other 6, I guess, are going to be an anagram of letters around H in the grid. So H in the grid, are there 2 H's or 1? There are 3 H's in the grid. Hang on. How does this work then? Does the H in fact have an H around it? Yeah, look, this H has THE around it, so I think that's going to be the. And then this one is going to be H-I-E-N-D. Is it 5 that we need? No, it's 6. The hidden? Oh, the hidden. Okay. Well, we solved an area. I must have been missing a D, but we solved an area. Hooray. LT Bago says, looked up No Leaf Clover's playthrough of this. 72 episodes, most are about an hour long. Yeah, that's the way we seem to be heading. But look, we did solve another area. So did that open anything for us? Doesn't seem to have opened anything in this immediate area. Inside this room. If I go back to the beginning... damn. I was hoping these wands might have counted down. Oh, that's very true, Cass. It did. Yeah, okay. The letter you had to add must have been the D. Thank you for pointing that out. So yeah, you were supposed to just take I-D-H-E-N and figure out that it was going to be the hidden. Which we managed to do. Me. Still no progress on that. Was that 4 before? I think this counts down every time you solve something. So I was hoping that it would have counted down a bit further. There was a place that had counted down to 1. So there might now be something I can solve. It's just a case of finding it. Which might mean more aimless wandering around the level until I find where it was. That it counted down to 1. Also see if I find any more letters in case my list of letters is incomplete. Also, I always get lost in here. Oh wait, I haven't been here before. This is new. Or have I? No, I don't think I've been here. Okay, we've got funny faces. We've got glass doors that don't let us out. We've got stairs. Yeah, this is definitely new. Oh, this is the top of the area we were just in. Okay. I was rather hoping there might be puzzles up here. There don't seem to be. This just seems to be to drop back into the maze again. You can see now it is a maze. But I think I've already been pretty much everywhere in it. Okay, that's not a fake door. These, by the way, this is the first time I've seen these colours of block, implying that there's even more coloured blocks in this game, which is a terrifying thought. Yeah, these have eyes, T-Bago. You are very true. They do have eyes. I don't know how we run away from them though. Yeah, not sure we can actually make any progress here. Let's get back into the maze. I can find my way out. That was where I came in. I want to go out a different way. Let's follow the right wall. See where that takes us. Okay, following the right wall leads us back to the entrance. That's not how mazes are supposed to work. Oh, yeah, we solved that. Okay, this is a different area. We did solve that area though. There's still this. Like this is presumably another area that we need to unlock and haven't yet. This eye just takes you here. It doesn't do anything. You like back away from the eye to get through the door, but no, that doesn't work. That's the school. We did that. This is it. Yeah, this is the one that was set to 1. Unfortunately, it's still set to 1. So solving that area we just solved didn't unlock this area, which is a shame. Because we could have gone there instead of having to figure out. We did this, didn't we? This was the star area. Yeah, we did everything in here. Including that, which was the final puzzle. And yellow is still not open, nor is black. Yeah, I do feel like the way to progress is to solve the things I'm stuck on. But I'm stuck on them. Yeah, so that if the 2 that we still need to solve count as 2, that would put us 1 away from this. But it might unlock that other one, which would be a 3rd thing for us to solve, which would count towards this. So yeah, that might be all we need to unlock that as well. Yeah, I am out of ideas. Starting to see why that other guy had a 72-hour long playthrough of this. Was one of those 72 hours typing in every 11-letter S word? Don't know how to get into this giant gold block. We did have that green D. That's frustrating. I really thought we were making progress again, but we are stuck. This way, if we want to get back to the first one, it would be here. A and D. Yeah, of course, it would be very difficult to find that point in the game. I completely agree, T-Bagger. Not expecting you to do that. Hello, Verdsky. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is an autumn hawk bit. Verdsky, I hope you're having a good Sunday. Thank you for redeeming drink, water, and stretch. El Dibago says, what happens if you turn on your headlights while travelling at the speed of light? So, this is where relativity is important. So first of all, it's impossible to travel at the speed of light if you are an object with mass rather than a photon. A headlight, as one would conventionally understand it, is an object made of matter. Therefore, whilst you could get arbitrarily close to the speed of light with enough energy, you couldn't actually travel at the speed of light. But let's assume that somehow you have a massive object that is travelling at the speed of light. The speed of light is relative to the observer in any reference frame. So if you turn on your headlights while travelling at the speed of light, the light from your headlights will appear to travel at the speed of light relative to you. It will also appear to travel at the speed of light to anybody observing you passing by and turning on your headlights. The speed of light is a universal constant. What will happen if you get close to relativistic speeds is the apparent speed and size of you and the apparent passage of time, both for you and for an observer watching you, will change. Light will always travel at the speed of light. In a vacuum, obviously in a travelling through a medium such as air, it's slower. I hope that answers your question. Maybe speak to Tiny Toxic Tofu if you'd like a further explanation. Vertsky says, I have finally found the postcard I want to send you, and our post is on strike again. Oh no, Vertsky, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yes, I do have an awesome Vertsky postcard. Right here on my shelf. Look at those lovely, beautiful wildflowers that Vertsky sent me. They are very much appreciated. Also, if you look carefully in the reflection, you can see the reflection of the screen that has me on it. And then you can see the reflection of the chat. Almost as pretty as Emma, says Vertsky. Flowers are much prettier than the Emma. Much, much prettier. Vertsky, I hope your postal service comes off strike soon, and I do look forward to receiving that postcard from Best Vertsky. And thank you for those redeems you did as well. Let me do a proper stretch for you. I needed that. Which is funny because I only did it an hour ago. But yeah, I think I am going to say that I am stuck on Lingo now and can't make any progress. Doesn't mean I won't try and finish it off stream, but I think I'll stop streaming Lingo. We've still got about an hour left, so I will maybe try and make a start on Lingo 2, which I did promise I would stream. So if you could give me just a second to get that set up. First of all, I need to change the stream information from Lingo to Lingo 2. There we go. Verdsky says, thank you kindly. I hope they sort it out too. Thank you, Best Verdsky. Let's close Lingo. Actually, no. Before I close it, somebody did mention earlier about the textures on the blocks and whether they were relevant to clues. The where is it? Somewhere in here there is a thing to change the texture. Yeah, this. So you see there are texture options. If I put it back to the default textures. So this is what the game normally looks like. You see how it's a little bit more difficult to actually orient yourself because these columns are kind of blending into the wall because there's no edges on the textures. So this is what the game looks like by default. Just plain blocks. So I don't think the texture is a clue, because if it was, you wouldn't you wouldn't have access to that clue with the normal settings. So yeah. Anyway, I shall switch over to Lingo 2 now. As I say, don't know anything much about this game apart from it's another similarly mind-bending word puzzle game. Okay. I'll just make sure. Okay, there is music, so hopefully my audio settings from Lingo will work for Lingo 2, but just in case they don't, I apologise if the audio is unexpectedly loud or quiet. Okay, this also has a texture pack. I'll try it without to start with, just to see if I need one. WASD controls, yeah. I will create a profile called Gertrude. And here we go. This is the menu for Lingo 2. Quite minimalist. I will select play as Gertrude. And here we are in Lingo 2. Write the words, find the letters. Okay. So far that sounds very much like the previous game. We have a panel with high on it, and I feel like the answer is probably high. We also have the letters H and I. Okay. I can't enter letters into this panel. So the gameplay is at least slightly different. I also need to fix, because this game does actually work in full screen, unlike the previous one. So I need to fix my overlay. Sorry about that. There we go. Yeah, if I press enter on a puzzle, I just get this. And I'm entering letters doesn't work. So what else is there to do? It's a door that doesn't go anywhere. There's an H up there. Oh, you can actually jump now. Okay, you couldn't jump. You have to reach that letter. Wait, oh yeah, okay, now we're on the same thing. Okay, they've kept the non-Euclideanness then. Good to see that. Let me just turn the volume down very slightly. Unfortunately, it mutes itself when you pause it, so this will be difficult to get right. Sorry, I'll have this set up properly next time we stream it. think that's about the right level, but if it's too loud, too quiet or anything, let me know. Okay, I think I just acquired the letter H. Do I have to collect letters before I'm allowed to solve puzzles with them? Is that how this game is going to work? Do I have to get an I now? Oh, an I. Oh my god, okay. So can I now type in the word hi with the H and the I I've collected? Oh dear, what are we in for here? Hello, Sarah with stars, who says, hello, best brilliant Emma. I mean, you say that, Sarah with stars, but I did just abandon Lingo because I got stuck on it. So we're now playing Lingo 2, the sequel, where it appears we have to collect letters every time we want to use them to solve puzzles. Sarah with stars, thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a prickly lettuce. And hi. So, do we still have the letters? Have we lost them? Okay, we get to keep the letters. So we have thin and hint. I suspect these are going to involve the letters T and N in addition to H and I. But I can't even try and type the letters H and I in, so I wonder if there's something else to control when these panels become active. Like this panel went blue and then it went green when I typed the right solution in. These panels are still red. And this panel is blue. Okay, maybe grey/blue means the panel can have its answer entered, and red means it can't. I. Well, the answer is one letter, and it's either H or I, so I'm going to guess it's I. Of course, knowing how Lingo 1 worked, I'm already trying to figure out what the rules are going to be here. Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. This panel, it was just write the word. It doesn't have anything in the middle, it just has the word. This one's got this hexagon or O or 0 or something. And then it was a homophone. I'm also thinking, should I turn on texture packs? Like this corridor is not easy for viewers to see, I think. Let me try turning on the texture pack. There we go. Yeah, okay, this is the same texture pack as the first game. Look, because I recognise this texture and this texture. I think I'll keep this on. It doesn't really help with the black because, yeah, but I'll keep this on just to make it a little bit clearer where we're going in the game, hopefully. Right, but so collecting this I didn't actually give me any more letters to solve these two puzzles. So where do we go now? Write the words, find the letters. Yes, maybe there were more letters hiding over here. This looks very much like a T, which is the letter I'm looking for. Letter recovery. Excuse me, what? What does this do? Okay. I'm standing here. I would like my letters back, please. I still only have H and I. T. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. So now we need an N. Let's go to upside down T and see what that does for us. Another puzzle. Than. Well, that's no good. We need an A and an N in order to solve that. So, right now we're in the I room, but we're upside down in the I room. Oh, N. Okay, right. We have THIN. So we can't solve this puzzle, but we can go back to where we were. Are we just typing in thin here, or is there some anagramming going on? Okay, no, just thin and int. Okay. I think we're looking for an A next. Possibly. Okay, I thought that wouldn't end for a moment. Oh god, now where are we? We're in a maze of twisty little passages all alike. I think that's where I just was. How would I know, though? I'm hoping they've made the other exit to this area look different, so that you'd know you'd gone somewhere else. But who knows? Nope, that didn't get us anywhere. Okay, let's try the other side. It would be nice to come in here upside down, because then we could be up there. What is this? Oh, right, okay, we are outside. Good news, we are outside. This game also has a big open world to explore, much like Lingo 1. Think. I can't think. I haven't got a K yet. Are there any puzzles I do? Why is it not red? I think it's not red because I've got all the letters. I haven't got an S, a W, a Y, a O, or an R to answer why it's not red. Colour. Okay, I'm going to proceed on the assumption that red puzzles mean that I can't solve it yet. We have... Okay, this game also has a hedge maze. Good to know. This seems like getting ahead of myself a bit, though. Like, we need to have unlocked a few more letters before we come all the way out here. Can I go in here? Yes. Okay. I have 3 possible ways. Hint. Oops. Oh, wait. It's only 3. Ah, right. Okay. But there's a symbol. Right, I think we're going to have to learn what these symbols mean. I think it might be time for round 2 of lingo note-taking. Let's make another notepad document. And let's put my face cam back over here. So one thing I do think I know is... Maybe if I go back to the beginning just to show you. This. This seems like it means homophone. The hexagon circle thingy. Hexagon circle thingy equals homophone. Okay. Then I noticed we have some other symbols in this next area. Which was not there. It was here. The answer is only 3. This is also only 3. So that could be remove letters. It isn't, but it could be. But then so could that. Actually, those are the same symbol as well. Then we've got this. And interesting to note that I know that the answer only contains the letters T, H, I, and N, I think, if I understand how this game works. Because this panel is grey, not red, and turns blue when I mouse over it, I think that means I can solve it. So, is this going to be tin? Because tin is a metal. Okay. So, star in a bowl equals it's like a bit like magenta and lingo 1, like thing of this type. Seems like that fits. Strike. Okay. Strike, and the symbol is like a sun. And again, we can answer it with just these letters. It's not tin. It's not knit. Hit. Okay. So that just seems like a synonym to me. Hit meaning strike. Sun equals synonym. We will go with for now. And then these ones. Oh, that's also tin. Okay, is this also hit? Okay. I have a feeling that this thing with the hexagon stars is going to be taking a letter out. Hexagon stars equals taking a letter out. Hello, Danny Lion, who says Purple Penguin subscription time. The sub message didn't go off. I don't see a sub message in my feed, but I do see you have your sub badge. So clearly you are subscribed. Thank you so much, Danny, for continuing your subscription to my channel. Sarah says introducing symbols and colours. I'm out of my depth. Well, Sarah, so the first game, the original Lingo, the clues were colour based. I assume you've seen at least some of that. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, Danny.
It broke again.
It's fixed now. Thank you. Thank you for resubscribing. Yeah, so Lingo 1, Sarah, the colour was part of the context for the clue. There was also the height of the block. I don't think colour is part of the clue here. I think it's just the panel lights up blue when you can solve it, and it's red if you can't solve it. So actually, colour is less of a factor in this game than the other one, I think. But yeah, each of these symbols seems to have certain meaning, and I'm sure at some point the game's going to start combining the symbols and all sorts of stuff. But so far we've seen 4 symbols, and I think we've got a decent idea of what they do. They're all things that you could do in the original lingo. Danny, thank you so much for redeeming Salad Burnett as your flower of the day. Sarah Star says, I didn't realize it's just a yes or no colour. Yeah, I think so. Based on what we had out here, these panels that are red, we can't solve yet because we don't have the right letters. I think these ones, because there's a blank here, I should add that to the rules actually. No symbol equals same thing. So the answer to this, I think, is just going to be Y. But because we've only unlocked the letters T, H, I, and N so far, we can't type Y. I do like this as a mechanic, the idea that you have to actually unlock the letters to be able to answer the puzzles. Like, there's nothing stopping me from going through this this gate, except that I literally don't have the right letters to answer it yet. So let's continue in think. See what's down this column. Okay, yeah, so Sarah, you see these panels light up blue when I mouse over them, and they're grey otherwise. That means that I can solve them. So even though I've only got these 4 letters, I must be able to answer them. So, also, there's a giant purple letter R. Does that mean I'm about to unlock the letter R? That would be nice. So this is a synonym because it's got the sun, and it's a synonym for clue. I think this is going to be hint again. Yeah, this feels like a tutorial area for the symbols. Sarah says, I wonder if that was in response to the size of the first game being too overwhelming. I think the thing with the first game, it's not that the size was too overwhelming in and of itself. You know, I like a game with a lot of content. One of the issues with the first game was, at the start it's fine because it's easy to discover new things you haven't solved yet. As the game goes on, it becomes difficult to find where you're supposed to go next, because there's so much you've got to go back and check. Has an exit opened over here or something? I do think that was a problem with the first game. This, yeah, this might restrict it more because you're limited to what you can access with the letters you've got. Okay, so hint was a synonym for clue. We need a synonym for imply. That's just hint again. Yeah, okay. I've just noticed something else. Which is no doubt going to be another rule. This little sun symbol has a line over it. This sun symbol doesn't have a line over it. Those were just synonyms. But these also had lines over them, and this didn't. So what is the significance of this little bracket at the top here? Hello, Hazel Azazelzel, welcome back. Hazel says, hi, I'm back. Did you just start number 2? Yes, I've just started Lingo 2 about 15 minutes ago. So far we have figured out a couple of the rules for how the clues work, which I've started some more notes for. We've discovered, I guess, the main gimmick of this game, which is to start off with, you can only use the letters H and I to type hi, and then you have to gradually unlock more letters. So right now we can only use T, H, I, and N. But yes, welcome back, Hazel. Fortunately, all of these can be answered with T, H, I, and N. These are all lighting up blue, so these can be answered with T, H, I, and N. I think we're about to figure out what the significance of this little bracket on top of the symbol is, because this doesn't have it and this does. Well, I can't do a synonym for thick, but what I can do is thin. Right, so does the little bracket on top of the symbol invert the meaning? because this isn't a synonym, this is an antonym. Yeah, and this is not inverted because it's just the sun, so that's thin again. Oh, we get an R. Lovely. We have unlocked the letter R. Okay, so just going back to this previous area then. These had the little bar on. So, in fact, hang on, I've got my notes wrong then, I think. I think hexagon stars actually doesn't mean taking a letter out. Hexagon stars must mean adding a letter. And then square bracket on top must mean opposite meaning of symbol. Bracket means opposite, I guess, says Hazel. How thrilling. Yeah, how thrilling. It would be thrilling if only we had the letters L and G in order to spell that word. See, Hazel gets how it works. Okay, yeah, so hexagon stars must mean adding a letter, because we're doing the opposite of it here. But also, like this, we did tin as a type of metal. How do you do the opposite of that? Because this has got the opposite symbol as well. So you, at some point, will see 3 stars in a bowl without the bracket, and what will that mean? Is this going to be a bit like magenta and lime green in Lingo 1? Where magenta was a thing of this type and lime green was type of this thing. So tin is a metal. I'm trying to resist the urge. Like, my instinct making the notes is to say, oh, this is like magenta in Lingo 1. This is like red in Lingo 1. This is like black in Lingo 1. But there's 2 problems with that. The first problem is anybody reading my notes will have no clue what I'm talking about if they haven't seen the first game. And the other problem is, presumably at some point in this game they did come up with new rules. They're just starting with rules that were also in Lingo 1 to make it easier for us. So I need to resist the urge to write stars in bowl equals lime green. But yeah, type of this thing is what star in a bowl actually means. And then square bracket on top inverts it. Okay. Speaking of which, should we not have unlocked an O in this area? Because we solved all the puzzles. I would like my O, please. Oh, this. I'm an idiot. There's a door there. Okay. I do love the non-binary flag colours of these little letter-containing rooms. Very NB coded room here. So now we can spell Throin. Ooh, we actually can't spell 2 of these words still, but we can do these 2. Okay, opposite of south. Or, well, opposite of... Not just opposite of south, because that would just be square bracket. A synonym for the opposite of south. I still think it's going to be north, based on the letters I've got. Wait, what? Ah, okay. I am starting to see how Lingo 2 is going to be more complicated than Lingo 1. So with Lingo 1, a block was a colour and it would only do one thing at a time, and you could have blocks next to each other. This block has 2 symbols on it. So the first symbol is what type of thing is this, and then the second symbol is another thing of this type. I would assume, unless I discover otherwise, that we need to apply the symbols from left to right. So we would say, what is east? Well, it's a direction. And then we need to do the opposite. What's an example of a direction? Hazel says maybe this one is also north. And I think Hazel is an incredibly intelligent person. And has probably just worked out everything I just said in her head. Because it can't be south, because I haven't got the letter S yet. But thank you, Hazel. And yeah, Hazel, just for reference, I will try and solve everything myself and not ask for hints unless I'm completely stuck. As I was completely stuck in the previous game. Unfortunately, it turned out all my viewers were also completely stuck. No, Hazel, you don't have to shut up. I promise, I enjoy you being here. I really do. I'm just saying, you know, I don't need answers to the puzzles unless I get stuck. I would like to have a B. I guess I can't have a B until I solve these puzzles. So I need to go and hunt for letters elsewhere. I mean, now that I'm armed with an R and an O, surely I can make some more progress on this. Yes, look, I can type the word not. Why is it not red? I still can't answer the colour. I mean, this is presumably going to be blue or pink or something like that, so I'm nowhere near having the right letters. Where else can I go? I can't go in there. Why is there a giant spinning face on top of that building? Why did this not unlock the letter K? Given that I went into this building with the letters T, H, I, and N, logically it would unlock the K, and it didn't. Why is there a giant lavender cube here? I can't do that puzzle yet. Can I stand on the fountain? No. Oh, I can go in here. Do you know? Oh, that's the K. Here's the K. Look, here's the K. The K in the middle of this thing is floating. Unfortunately, I can't actually get to it, but that's where it is. In the non-binary letter room that every letter has. Right, tin. Tin, but it's hexagon stars, so we're adding a letter. Tin. Tin, but it's reverse hexagon stars, so we're removing a letter. In. I can't solve any of these other puzzles. Oh, I can do this one. No, but adding a letter. Not. I, but adding a letter. In. No. It. Okay. You were scammed, says Sarah. No, I wasn't. Haha. I have the K. Now I can finally spell think. Oh god, right. Tin, but take a letter out, but put another one in. We are getting to the point in the game where there are quite a lot of options now. I don't know if there's anything to indicate which letter we remove and which letter we add. Because if I take out the T to get in, I could get ink. But I could take out the I and then put in an O and get ton. I could also take out the T and put in a K and get kin, and in fact that's the answer. Oh, this is exactly the same clue. So it's going to be one of those words I just tried probably. Hello Matchka, who says tin. I don't think the answer is going to be tin. Technically the answer could be tin because you could take out the T and put the T back in. But I'm going to try other things. Thank you for the suggestion. This is add 2 letters to tin. I do kind of like this hexagon star clue type because it looks like it's telling me how many letters to add, which the blue blocks in Lingo 1 didn't do. Blue just meant add the letters. Ink? No. Tin? No. Tin? I mean, we're definitely adding... We're adding 2 letters. Hang on, what can I make? I can make tin, I can make knit, I can make ink, I can make it, I can make I can make other words, but they don't have an I in them, so they can't be the answer to this puzzle. Int isn't a word, is it? Ion. Oik. It's a word. It's blue, so I assume I can do it. Let's do this one. Add 2 letters to noon. Oh wait, hang on. I was just about to type noon, and I've discovered something else interesting about this game. See when I type a letter, it grays it out. So, not only are you limited to using these letters, you can actually only use each one once. So noon would not be a solution to this. That is interesting. And I can't even do nook, for example, because I don't have 2 O's. Does that mean at some point I will unlock multiple copies of a letter? God, imagine that. Okay, so what can I make? Nork. Not I can make. Aha. No double letters. Interesting, says Sarah with Stars. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day, which is Ploughman's Spikenard. Yes, that is the name of a plant, believe it or not. Matcha Catcher, we've started Lingo 2, but we did play some Lingo 1 at the start of the stream. I just wanted to say, Matcha, your idea for that final corridor with all the coloured rooms, your idea that the mint green room related back to the other rooms, that was actually correct. So thank you so much for that, Matcha. I appreciate it. When did you end Lingo 1? About 20 minutes ago. And we didn't end Lingo 1. We just got so stuck that I didn't know what to do. So I probably will finish the game in my own time. But we're at the point where there's not much point me streaming it anymore, I think, because I couldn't make any progress. You are so smart, Matcha. I agree. You are incredibly smart. Sarah with Stars says, with the add and take away, do you definitely keep the other letters in the same order, or can you jumble the letters? I don't know yet. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant for this one because we're just adding 2 letters to I. So far, every time I've added letters, I've kept the other letters in order. So I'd be tempted to say that you have to keep the other letters in order. But I don't actually know that yet. Also, this now says "Do you now?" I've just realised after you picked up the K. Thank you, Hazel and Sarah, for pointing out I didn't try Kit, which sure enough was the answer. Thank you for that, Hazel. Never in any doubt, Matcha. Exactly. We all know that Matcha is very intelligent. Hazel says, can I answer yet? Well, you did answer, and you were right, so yes. Not only is Matcha Catcher smart, but Hazel as a Zelzel is very, very smart. And Sarah with Stars is also very smart. I have an entire stream full of smart people here. Can't do that one yet. I glanced over here when I first unlocked this area, and I thought it said in and out. What it actually says is in and rot. Intro. Okay. That doesn't have any symbols, so it's just going to be intro. Oh, right. Yeah, that's... that anagrams to intro. That makes sense now. Jump down the well if I want to. I'll go in this bit that says intro, because that feels like it was going to be a tutorial. Although... it's taken me here. Where? I don't know where, game. I'm still getting my bearings for this whole thing. There's nothing in here. Oh, wait. No, there is stuff in here, but it's non-Euclidean, and I can't solve it. Game... Listen, game. The word puzzles are hard enough as they are without introducing non-Euclidean space. I need to find some puzzles I can actually solve. This one doesn't even have any any clue on it. So we've solved that, and we only solved half of this room. We solved half of this room. Yeah, now we can solve the rest of this room. Okay. So this is an antonym of act, because sun is synonym and square bracket on top is opposite. So what is the opposite of act? That's 5 letters. Oh, also, does caps lock still hint the first letter? That's something I didn't try. Okay, caps lock still does hint the first letter. I think it's going to be think. Yeah, we're still quite limited on our letters here. Muse. Okay, synonym for muse, that's also going to be think. Is that going to unlock the B? No. It's going to take me to an empty room. Hello, excuse me, I think you'll find I ordered a bee. If I could have my bee, please. I am currently beeless. I have a bee in my bonnet about this, or rather I don't. Hazel Azazelzel says Gertrude attracts the big brains. Well, maybe. Anyway, bee acquired. Now I can spell Bethroink, which I've always wanted to spell. Okay. Did any of these have bees in them? No, they didn't. Like, actually, I can go in here. Maybe I can solve stuff in here. Is this just a straight up maze, or is there more to it than that? Because mazes are boring. Ah, stuff. Okay, it's not really a maze then. It's an O. Oh wait, no. I think these are going to be symbols. These are symbols from the game, I think. So this is one we've seen. But we haven't seen this one yet, but I already see it's got a square bracket above it, so it's going to be inverse of whatever that is. This is a thing. Yeah, I don't see any puzzles, unfortunately. Puzzles would be nice. Wait, oh god, okay, yeah, so these hedges are words. I can just about make out enough to see that they're words. I'm also stuck. I am actually stuck. Game. I am. Space doesn't work. WSAD doesn't work. I'm going to return to the start because I'm stuck. Thank you, game. Very cool. It's alright. I can get back to where I was quite easily. I think it was this way. Think orb, says Hazel. What more could you want? Matchka says also pro tip: enable show map names in settings. Show map names. Okay. Oh, does that just show this bit of text down here, so I know what map I'm on? Those make sense. Okay, here's a one we can do. Born. And we know that it's a homophone symbol, so... Oops, born. Okay. We can jump down this well, can't we? The digital... Oh, okay, that's what show map names does. It tells us where you are. Painting. Can't do it. Can we do any of these? We can do this one. It's just hit. We can do this one. It's just tin. Hitting. Delete, unsolve. Oh, right, okay. So if you press delete, yeah, okay. It's just teaching you how to clear a solved puzzle, which is by pressing delete. Okay, that opened a door, but I can't actually get in. I can actually access this puzzle though. This is a homophone for hi, so hi. I can't see the rest of the puzzles though. Oh, actually, I sort of can see the rest of the puzzles. I feel like you're supposed to go in the room before you solve the puzzles, but let's think outside the box a little. Can't solve that one. Oh, is this place again? We were already stuck in here once. Yeah, I don't want to be stuck in there again. I think we went everywhere we could in this area. But yeah, this room looks like you're supposed to be able to go upside down in it, which we haven't done yet. So maybe that will happen in future. Anything hiding behind here? Oh, there is things hiding. Do I know? No, do you know? D-O-Y-O-U. K-N-O-W. Too bad I don't have any of those letters yet. The linear. Okay. I think this is going to be a countdown puzzle. Down the well, when only one of the two puzzles was complete, the door opened. Not quite, Sarah. When only one of the puzzles was complete, the door was even more shut than it already was. Let me just solve it while looking at the door. Yeah, see how it looks like it opens, but actually it was only opening half of it. No, it's fine, Sarah. I'm just showing you. It didn't actually open the door. I think I would have to solve these other ones that I can't solve yet to fully open it. Okay, let me go back to... Oh, I can't go back up the well. Let's go round. I feel like I'll be going around that spiral quite a lot in this game. Yeah, we'd found a door on the back of this building. No, Sarah, you're not a failure. You are best Sarah, best stars, best with. Yeah, we need to solve these 8 puzzles to do whatever this is. It, and we need to add a letter. It. Hit, and we need to add a letter. Too bad I don't have an S, because that's what I'd like to do right now. Okay, it's not... Oh, no, why did I think it was knit? Hint. Into, and add a letter. Intro. Nor, and add a letter. Wait, nor and... No, hang on. Okay. My first instinct was no, it can't be add a letter. Because there's 5 and that's 3. But if you look very closely at this symbol, it's got a dot underneath. There's a dot under the symbol. Does that mean repeat the symbol? So add 2 letters? This... I can see the late game of this game having these, like, super complicated symbols. Do you have a texture pack again, or is it normal game textures? I applied the texture pack because I thought it looked a bit difficult to see what was going on without the texture pack. Here it is without the texture pack. You can decide if you like that better. It's very plain. It doesn't affect the appearance of the actual puzzle symbols, the texture pack. I'm squinting extra hard, Sarah. Hopefully you can see that there's a dot underneath the symbol here. Matcha says, ooh, go back. You're not a fan of the default texture pack. So I'm going to put in my notes. What I don't know is whether dot means repeat it any number of times, or if it means repeat it once. Dot under equals repeat symbol. Sarah says, actually the texture makes it look more 3D and easy to see. That was my thinking. That's why I had the texture on. Lingo, the original Lingo 1, the default is no texture. But I had the texture on for my entire playthrough because I thought it looked better for viewers. I didn't install it. It does come with the game. Right, so I can see later in this game these symbols getting very complicated. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Zalgo text, which is where you stack diacritic marks on top of Unicode letters, resulting in this nonsense, which is obviously horrendous for accessibility. And I'm sure Sarah with Stars is cringing at me as we speak. It's amazing, even in modern web browsers, like, for me in the chat, the diacritic marks on that text actually go over Sarah's comment. So, yeah, it's pretty horrendous. I can see symbols looking like that later in the game. Okay. Add a letter to horn. Thorn. Add a letter to ion. Ion. Add a letter to ton. Tron. Tonk. Horn. Makes more sense. Add a letter to rot. Riot. Okay, well, this counted down to 0. I thought when I counted down to 0 that I would have solved something and something would happen, but unless this is literally like another letter O that I'm supposed to get. Yeah, that didn't do anything. Maybe something else will have happened somewhere in the world as a result of me having done that. Oh, I can solve this puzzle now. Okay, I can solve that puzzle, but I literally just abandoned Lingo 1 because I was stuck on puzzles where the clue was an empty word. And here we are in Lingo 2 and the clue is an empty word. Sarah Star says, I'm struggling with the symbols on the panels as it is, let alone adding a teeny dot. Yeah, maybe for people watching on mobile particularly, it's not very user-friendly. See, I could zoom in. To make the letter bigger, but of course that reduces the field of view, which makes it harder to tell where I am in 3D space, because now we have this tiny field of view. And obviously that didn't make much difference. I'd have to make it even bigger. So I don't know. I'll see, Sarah. But yeah, I know you're very big on accessibility, and I honestly will just have to do my best with the game that I have, because I do want to play this game. I really enjoyed Lingo 1, so I want to play this game. Since we still have... what I want to do, I think, is solve this now. Now that I know I can solve it. If I came back later and I had more letters, I would have more possible words. So I kind of want to solve it while... actually, it must have a B in, right? Because when I came past here and I didn't have the B, it wasn't unlocked. But I can't think of any other letter. What did that? Maybe I didn't have one of the other letters. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go through every word with these letters, I think. Hit, hot, rot, rob, hob, knit, not, nib, knob, no, ton, kit, kin, ink, bin, kit, bit, rib, nib, Sarah Stars says you could zoom in just OBS, not your view, but not necessary. Well, I am. That was me zooming. That was me zooming in OBS and not my view. I can still see the full thing. I suppose the disadvantage of doing this is now you can't see all of my letters. So yeah, I don't know. I would have to do it like that, so that at least you get to see the full palette of letters, because you need to see what letters I have available. Have you tried Bon? Says Hazel. I have not tried Bon, but it wasn't Bon. I'm sure this smiley symbol means something, but I don't know what, and I just wish this game would stop giving you hints that have no context. It could be an environmental clue, but the environment seems to be like round the back of this building. I'm just going to try every anagram of these 3 letters, just to get a start, just to get started and maybe figure out what the face symbol means. Especially since I already had the anagram finder up from the previous game. Okay. What words can you make with, what letters did I have? Bethroink is the letters I had. So I can do it. Bio. Bin. We. Ok. Bon. Hot. Bro. Bro? Cool story, bro. So what, is that smiley face our bro, is he? Smiley face equals some BS I don't understand, bro. I'm I'm unimpressed, game. Well, I'm sure this face is going to appear again on another puzzle, and the answer isn't just going to be bro again, so I need to figure something out. Wait, why can I... Okay, this door looks open to me, but I can't walk through it. It's an invisible wall. I want to go out there. Please let me out of here. Still can't do that. That one. I do think this game is going to have a lot of backtracking to find out if you can solve something yet. Like, but in theory, every time you unlock a letter, you've got to backtrack to all previous areas to see, can I solve these puzzles now? I don't know how much of a problem that will be. Maybe not too much of a problem. So in this area, we didn't go here yet. Can't go in there. Go in here. The impressive. Okay, we still can't solve that though, which is because we don't have the letter G. Okay, we should be looking for the letter G then. This was an empty room, wasn't it? Yep. Okay. This was also an empty room, but it was an empty room that teleports you. Which is a confusing thing for an empty room to do. And then you're back here. Does it matter if I go in the rot instead of the in? It actually does. Okay, you have to go in the inside. What else is there? There's a closed door. Hazel says you're an E away from brother. Wait, no, you need an extra R. Yeah, I don't know yet whether at some point the game will give you multiple copies of letters, or whether every clue in the entire game will be solvable with just each letter once. Oh wow, control center. Hi. What is this? Well, we can't... This is probably going to be red, since it's a colour. So I would need to unlock E and D. What is this? This looks like a very large level with a long series of hallways and rooms that I can't go to yet because I haven't unlocked them. The hinterland. Puzzled by a puzzle. Want the first letter? Press insert or caps lock. Yes, I did know that because that was also a mechanic in Lingo 1, so I in fact already used it. But thank you for telling me, game. This is probably going to be high. But it's... I think what they want you to do is use the hint and then find out that it's high. There we go. Lost your keys. Want to know where to look next? Unlock progression hints. Ooh, okay. I think this is an actual legitimate attempt to address the limitations of Lingo 1, which is very nice. I don't think I need a progression hint yet, but it's nice to know that such a thing exists. And I like the pun. The hinterlands, i.e. this is where you go to get hints. Okay. What else can we do in the control center? Dashes. Does that mean we can unlock being able to type a dash, or does that do something else? Either way, it doesn't seem to do anything yet. So that might be all we can do in the control center. Ooh, 15 puzzle countdown. And then we have to solve a puzzle that we can't solve yet. Okay. So actually we can't make progress in any of this area yet. What's over there? Does this just take us back? Oh no, this way would take us back. Yeah, there we go. Wow, I could. It's an interesting design of building over there. But we won't go there just yet. Was there anything else we could do down here, or was that everything? Do that. Can't do that. Okay. We can actually solve that one. We can probably solve that one as well. Okay, it's a 2-letter puzzle, but the answer isn't high. It's in. I don't think you're supposed to solve these puzzles before you can see them, but since when has that stopped Emma doing things? Yeah, unsolve. You can't jump on these, which is a shame. That's just how to unsolve. Do we actually need to figure out this maze before we can make any progress? Maybe that's where we have to go next. I don't know, the only exit I can ever see from this maze is the one that takes you back to the start. Yeah, this one. I wonder if there is something more at the start. Because I talked about noticing you could be upside down in this room and whether that did anything. Let's just check we didn't miss anything at the start. We got the letter T. Then you could go through here. Yeah, we still don't know what this letter recovery thing does either. I can't type any letters when I'm in it. It does imply that you can lose letters though, which is terrifying. We also can't do this panel yet because we don't have a C. So there's at least one thing in the starting area that we can't do yet. Expecting them to hide something somewhere. It's a bit harder to hide puzzles in this game because previously puzzles were just blocks and a block could be anywhere, but now the puzzles are these little pedestal things. It's a bit harder to hide one, I think. Yeah, so we got that letter. Then there was this. Yeah, and we still don't have an A, so we still can't go in there. There's also this. This looks like a painting that you can, the ones that you can jump into in Lingo 1 and teleport places. Wait, hang on. Hang on. This might be a hint. Is this where we have to go in that corridor maze? Sarah Star says, I honestly think the navigation poses more problems than 70% puzzles. This, I mean, that is always what Lingo has been. Lingo 1 was that, so I expect Lingo 2 to be that as well. It's, yeah, the navigation is part of the puzzle as much as the actual puzzles. I do expect that. Yeah, Harry, I'm just thinking this is perhaps where to go in that maze. So second on the right, and then third on the left, and then straight ahead. Unless you're supposed to come at it from the other direction. We'll try that. So second on the right, and then third on the left. So it's this way, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. 2, 3. Straight ahead. Oh, okay, never mind. That's just how to get here. But we already got here by falling down a well, so that doesn't really do anything. Unless it's like from here we have to do that. Okay, no, then that's how to get back here. But any exit takes you back here. Okay, I don't think that actually helps beyond how to get in and out of that area. But I already know how to get into that area. Is there anything behind this building? No. Okay. Well, we seem to run out of places to go, so I suppose now would be a good time to use the hint feature that the game has thoughtfully provided, just to see how it works. Yeah, we did all of that. Oops. Okay, exiting rooms can be tricky sometimes. I do feel like we should be able to do something here now that this is counted down to 0. We can't duck in this game, so we can't go into there. Oh, Vivi, you're still here. Vivi says, I just smacked a wasp in my room and I have no idea where it went. It's going to get me in my sleep. Oh, no. Oh, I hope it doesn't. Yeah. Let me try out this, Wait a second. Is this another path in that maze? No, it's the wrong... The grid is the wrong size for that other maze. I'd like to go in there, please. Nothing hiding. Yeah. Okay, let's see what the hinterlands actually tell you if you ask for a hint. Hint. There. Okay. I was not expecting all of that. UCC. Oh, is this what letters... Ah, this might be which letters you get for going to each area. Which letters you get in each area. That's interesting. So it's okay. It's just like a house full of hints, and you have to figure out which hints are relevant to your current location, which is fair enough. And I guess some of the hints are blocked off because they would be spoilers. Need a hint for N, but you needed an N for hint. Yes, so it assumes you're going to get N by yourself before you get here. Oh, I've just realised this is this is really clever. This is laid out like a keyboard. So this will be the hint for Z. This will be X. So Z, X, C, V, B, N, M. So there's N, obviously. There's B. So B, you go in the brown door. We know that. This is the hint for C, then. UCC. Okay, so that is that we saw one of these outside, but I couldn't figure out how to interpret it. N. Okay. And then this is going to be the hint for A, which is another letter that we could do with. Okay, apparently this is the hint for A. Don't know yet what that means. S, D, F, G, H is written on the ceiling. Yeah, well, obviously you've got H if you can get here. H is not written on the ceiling here. Isn't this the floor? ASDFGHJK. Well, we've got K. We've got K, but it's interesting that the hint area actually has a puzzle. But yeah, and then L. And then the top floor is going to be QWER, which we already have, obviously. So we don't know how to get E yet. E is another one that would be very useful. T, you got this down to a T. Obviously, we already have T. Y, U. Oh, that's that same. Yeah, that's the same hint as C. Okay, so that suggests that C and U are both in the same area. U, I. I think, therefore, I already found I. O, which we have. Oh my word, what's my O word? O. Hopefully these two puzzles aren't required to beat the game, since they were in the optional hint area. That does also make it seem like you don't unlock multiple copies of letters, because if you did, then they'd have to make more hints for them. But yeah, interesting area, certainly. And doesn't give too much away, but still manages to give hints, which is nice. Are they hiding anything under the stairs? Vivi says, I was lurking while I played Dark Souls and have no idea where it went. It's going to get me in my sleep. I just finished dinner, about to go back into lurk mode. It's plotting its revenge from the afterlife. Love a basic clear hint, so it's just telling us C is next. I think C and U are both next. Harry is going to bed. Good night, Harry. And you know what? I think this might actually be a good place for me to end as well. We are 4.5 hours in, and we did kind of get stuck in Lingo 2 and have to use a hint as well. So I think that's a good sign that it's time to end for today. So, yeah, Harry, good night. If you're able to stick around just a few minutes for the raid, that's great. If not, hope to see you again soon. Thank you to everybody for watching. Thank you in particular to Danny for that resub. To the follow we had earlier, to Ophelia for that raid, and to Cora, who also resubbed. So great to see so many people here. Thank you to those who helped solving the trying to solve the puzzles as well. I'm going to do a raid now. If anyone has suggestions for raid targets, please do let me know. I'm going to quickly look who is on. Sunday is usually about the quietest time. But it's alright for me because I'm not working tomorrow. Grilled trout is on if we want to do more trout grilled trolling. Else. Oh, Craig Bear and Revo. Oh, we could raid Revo. Yeah. Let's raid Revo. I think Revo raid would be a good raid. Revo is playing a game called Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which I am not familiar with. But we can certainly go there. Add that to my spreadsheet of raids because I am a nerd. Let's get that raid going. Raid the Revolutionary. did spell it correct. There we go. Sarah with Stars says, lots of love, Emma. Thank you for putting up with me. No problem, Sarah. Thank you for being here, and thank you everyone else for being here. If you would like to put a raid message in chat, we'll use this message today. So if you're subscribed, then you can use this message. And if you're not subscribed, use your own emotes. Use emotes of another streamer you follow, any emotes you like. Or if you're not sure, you can use these dancing dinosaurs. I was going to stream tomorrow, but I don't think I'll be able to now, so I'm afraid it is just going to be the 2 streams this week. But there will be more streams coming next week. We will continue with Lingo 2 for sure. I think I've had enough of Temetsi, and it might be a good idea to take a break from logic puzzles for a while. So I will do that. Therefore, we have something completely new to look forward to next week. I will let everyone know on my Discord what we're going to play. And until then, thank you all very much for watching, and bye for now.